All right, folks, how you doing tonight? We're fixing to get some people in here. Hold on a minute. We're fixing to get some people in here. We got a new one for y'all tonight. Her name is Bug. She's a good friend of the Vault Keepers in LAKAYA's. We got a new one. Y'all give me just a minute. We'll get this party started. All right, folks, if y'all hold on, we got a new guest that's going to jump in here with us tonight. And we're trying to get everything fixed and get it set up so she can get in here. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 minute and I'll get everything fixed.
Okay. Wait.
Who all we got in here? Who all's in here? Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Matt. Hey, who we got? Who am I talking to?
You're talking to Jim.
Jim. All right, Jim. How you doing?
I'm doing fine tonight, and yourself?
Oh, yes, sir. Pretty good. If you'll give me just a few seconds, like I said, I'm getting some stuff fixed out, and I'll get LAKAYA and a new guest we're going to have tonight.
All right.
All right. Hey, Bug, you in here now? All right, if y'all hold on, people, we're getting a few technical difficulties worked out here. Don't know exactly what's going on tonight, but usually with every live stream.
Hey, Vault, can you hear me?
You're not even in my chat no more. All right, can y'all hear me now? I need everybody to let me know if you can hear me or not. We have a slight problem going on with our live feed. I don't know if it's our net or what is going on. I can't see nor hear Bug.
I can hear you, Vault.
Okay, there you go. All right, folks. This is a very, very good friend of mine and LAKAYA's. This is Bug. She's on our investigation team. If you'll hold on, Bug, and I'll be right back with you. Still waiting for LAKAYA to hit the room. All right, let me see if I can get LAKAYA in here. There's something going on with our net. All right, folks. I think we got the bugs worked out. I think they're trying to keep me shut up. I think that's what it is. They're not, they're just trying to keep me shut up. All right, is LAKAYA in here? Hello, LAKAYA. I see you, Bug.
Yeah, Lakaya still doesn't have any sound going. We don't know what's going on.
Okay, folks. LAKAYA and Bug are in the same place, so. All right. If y'all will give me just a minute more, I'm going to try to get LAKAYA on. I don't understand why it's giving me such fits tonight. All right, my good creatures of the night. I think we finally figured out what was wrong with her system. Oh, maybe now we can get some stuff to go. All right, Bug. We're going to give everybody a kind of a little brief introduction to you.
All right. How we gonna do this?
All right, folks. Now she's a little bit shy, so y'all bear with us. She's got a pretty good ghostly shadow encounter that happened while she was with LAKAYA on a site. Scared the bejesus out of her and LAKAYA both. But first though, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, what would you like to know? I'm not really good at describing myself very much. I don't like actually to talk about myself, honestly.
Oh, now come on, Bug. Well, one thing is you're best friends with LAKAYA, so that right there says a lot. So, and everybody here loves LAKAYA. And y'all, she practiced the same thing that LAKAYA does. So, if y'all have any more of the witch questions, her and LAKAYA both can help you pretty much. But like I said, what we're going to do here tonight is we're going to talk about ghosts, shadow people, just things in general that go bump in the night. Kind of like us. So, Bug, you told me earlier that you had a few ghostly encounters, right?
Well, I have a few, and then also my family has told me a few that they've had.
All right, without telling names, because we don't do that here. Tell one of your more scarier ones, besides the one that happened to you and LAKAYA.
One of the more scary ones would probably be when me and my grandfather were in my grandmother's house, and her husband had died in the house, and we were in there just, hanging out and stuff, and all of a sudden, my grandpa saw a shadow figure out of his corner of his eye. And the shadow figure came from my grandmother's husband had actually died in the house, and it came from that room. And he went into the room, and the shadow figure was just kind of standing in the corner. He decided that he wasn't going in that room anymore, which actually was his father, but he was still pretty scared.
I like the way she says scared, people. Scared. Okay, that was a good one. So, did your grandfather know that was, a ghost from his family?
I think so. He knew that his father had died in the house, but he didn't know. He was a skeptic, should we say? And after that, he wasn't skeptical anymore.
Okay. Hey, let's talk about something. I'll let y'all in, folks, on a little secret. Bug's dad is a gang warden for a certain state. We're not going to mention a state, but he's a gang warden. He's a federal officer that works in with wildlife, fishery, and games in a certain state. Well, actually, I think Bug, if I'm not right, he goes over several different states, doesn't he?
He doesn't go over several different states. He just goes over several different wildlife preserves in the state.
Okay. Do you have any stories that he's told you about scary things or weird things that's happened to him in the woods?
He said he was in the woods one time by himself, and it was late at night, and like it was just about time to be coming in for the night, and he saw probably what you would describe as a Bigfoot, and he didn't go back to that place in the woods anymore. And he's not one to get scared, because
To be out there.
Yeah, it's his job.
And y'all had the fortune of talking to a young lady that spends time in the woods. She's an avid hunter. So I'm talking about, we have a female's perspective tonight on the Bigfoot, because LAKAYA says sometimes I go a little overboard. I can't imagine that. Sounds like we got somebody else in here.
What's up, Vault?
Hey, man, what's going on?
Man, I can't complain. I just wanted to check in real quick and say hello. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. I am I'm gonna be joining you very shortly. I'm gonna do some promoting of the stream in a second.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna hop back in.
Hey, we've got I got to get one of LAKAYA's good friends, Bug, that's been going on some of the investigations and stuff with us in here tonight.
What's up, Bug? How you doing, baby?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, you remember the story that I told you about LAKAYA and the other female that had the shadow creature try to attack them?
Yep, I remember that.
This is her. This is Bug.
I mean, Bug, a badass still. What's up, Bug, old badass Bug?
What's up, man? I'm doing fine.
I can't complain.
This is Dark Waters, my best friend.
Hi.
I can't complain.
Hey,
I cannot complain at all. What's
hey,
up, bro?
And her dad is a federal game warden.
Well, we got some stories coming down the pipeline.
Oh yeah. And she has access to, I think the main dispatcher for the Natchez Trace Parkway that runs from all the way down. Bug, exactly how far, do you know how far the Natchez Trace runs, where it starts and where it stops?
It goes from Natchez, Mississippi, all the way up to Nashville, I believe, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. And she has a close family member that is the head dispatcher for that.
That's cool.
Yeah. So
let me say this to the guys to the chat room. Vault, I want to try something.
Go ahead.
I just thought of this. I want to develop something new here. We're gonna try this. We're gonna do a live stream bomb, and what we'll do is, I think it's like 21 or 30 people in the stream right now. I think when I looked at it, it was 21. If you guys have social media like Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and even if you got to go post it on my Facebook page, post the link to this live stream on your social media, and let's see how many times we can inflate the people watching it. So, I mean, if it's 20 people and everybody brings one person, it goes to 40, and then we do it again later. That 40 should bring it. It should double it to 80, 80 to 160. Bada bing, bada boom. Y'all get it. So, I want to
Hey,
start developing that.
I want to see how many people we can cram in this room because, beknownst to me the other night, as long as we went on, DW brought this to my attention. Right now, y'all, on the Vault of Nightmares, we had the longest running, hard narrated live stream.
Yep.
If we go any longer on a live stream, YouTube will shut it down and we'll lose everybody. So we push the limits, y'all.
Oh yeah, y'all damn sure push the limits.
Hey,
And
Vamp.
that's what we do.
Oh yeah.
All right, so let me start promoting and get it together. And I'm coming back in. You guys
Okay.
enjoy. Bug, it's nice talking to you, honey. I'll be spending some time with you tonight, and I'll be back in a few minutes, bro.
All right. See you in a little bit, man. Hey, Bug, won't we tell another story you got?
Do what now?
I said, why don't we tell another one of your stories?
Let's see. My grandfather, who owns a farm, before I was born, he had a horse and it had a pony, and it drowned. And he pulled it out of the lake. A couple weeks later, he saw that same pony trotting up the hillside and disappeared right before his very eyes.
Okay, yeah, that's creepy.
A little bit.
Your family owns land, a pretty good acre of land, a pretty good sized bit of land themselves right now, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Who else we got in here?
Great White.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Not much, man. Good to be here.
I appreciate you being here.
Trying to figure out how to get my camera to turn off.
If you look in that where the Google is, I mean where the Google Hangout is, you'll see it depends on what you're on, a phone or a computer or laptop. You'll see a little button that says with a camera. Just click that and it'll go off. There you go.
There it went. Appreciate it.
Ain't no problem.
That was
I
the
said-
dumb thing I was looking straight at.
There it goes. You got any scary stories for us tonight, man?
Yeah, I got several, but I'll have to think harder about them to get them organized.
Well, what's one of the scariest things that has happened to you, paranormal or creature wise?
Well, the area where I'm at, there used to be this old church that stood right on the edge of the creek bank, and I got attacked by something in there one night. Everybody, the stories were always it was a witch, but whatever it was, I came out with scratch marks the whole length of my back, and don't remember anything. Of what
Witches
happened
usually
while
get
we were
blamed for a
inside.
lot of things.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It wasn't even a dog or something, you know?
Yeah.
Because I can't remember. But
Who else do we have in here? I see somebody else just joined us. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Vault?
Hey, man.
It's Taldir.
How you doing, man?
Good, man.
Uh,
I'll just stay muted. I was letting y'all talk. Sorry about that.
that's all right. You got any scary stories you want to share?
Not at the moment.
That's no problem. Well, like I said, tonight we put it out as ghost and, like I said, shadows, whatever just basically creeps you out. LAKAYA, it still won't let you on the Hangout?
Yeah, she's still trying to figure it out, Vault.
Huh. Uh, it's always something.
Hey, Vault, we got nothing but like reverb and echo and everything when everybody talks.
All right, y'all might have to space out a little bit.
Lakaya's not plugged up. It's just me, but it's everybody that's reverbing.
So I'm not getting reverb back on my end.
No, it sounds good on this end too.
Yeah, I think if y'all got so much power going on in there, you know, both of y'all being so close.
Power surge.
Yeah. Okay, folks. Got a few updates about Property X. Been scouring around out there, and I do believe I've got a head count of at least 8 different squatches out there. And I believe what I have stumbled across may be a nursery. It's what I call it. It's where they kind of like bring the younger ones because it's not a heavily populated area. You very seldom hear cars. It's just, you know, it'd be you know, if you walked into the perfect nanny's place, that would be it. And I believe that's what I have going on here. Darkness. You got to tell him it's time for bed. Yeah, I think Lakaya went and stole one of the Minions headsets. I am trying to find. What is your name on here, Bug?
What's my name on the stream?
Yeah.
Ain't no telling.
Hey, type hi in the chat so I can see what pops up.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that chat on my phone, actually.
No, don't worry about it then. We've been screwed some shit up.
Right.
Base, what are you talking about? That's cool, Darkness. But like I said, I think I have 8 different creatures on Property X. We had a slight little rainstorm day before yesterday, and I found out something about one of my cameras that says water resistant does not mean waterproof. Oh yeah, DW's got a new phone number, y'all. Not exactly sure. I'll let him explain what happened to his other one because I'm not exactly sure how that went about. Have I been visited by the man in black? You talking to me, Vamp? I don't think the man in black could actually figure out how to get his ass out to where I am, because when I go out there, I don't carry a phone. I don't use GPS. Like I said, I'm old school. I use a topographical map and a sextant compass and just my own wits. And like I said, I try to stay as far away from somebody tracking me in as I can. Well, no, I still hadn't found where I can get me one of them Dogman cameras. And if it comes with a free Dogman, I'm sending him to you, Jay. Oh, a vamp. I couldn't figure out what he was talking about. What are you talking about, Bass? We spilled a lot of info about what? Because I can definitely tell you we didn't give anybody any info that they can't go anywhere else on anybody else's channel or whatever until. I can guarantee you that. Unless you're talking about Bigfoot. No. Well, I did put out some stuff probably nobody else has told or wants to tell because for some reason it's just always some reason everybody wants to keep it secret. Don't know exactly why, but like I said, I'm hoping to get some good video of these creatures. If my camera wouldn't have gotten full of water the other day, I was probably 100 yards away from, I believe, it's a young juvenile. It was about 4.5, 5 feet tall, and I came up on it, and it was actually playing with some sticks. It looked like, you know how you see little kids play with Lincoln logs and stuff. That's what it looked like it was doing out in the woods. I observed it probably 30 minutes or longer before you hear this. I call it a bionic whistle. It's a bird sound whistle combination, and as soon as he heard that, that thing alerted, kind of started looking around, and he couldn't quite tell where I was because I was pretty well hidden and I wasn't moving. And it went toward, you just jumped up and just hauled tail right towards the direction where the sound came from. No, like LAKAYA said last week, first thing is the man in black's got to find me. Second thing is he's got to get through the perimeter we have set up. Then he's got, if he gets up to the door and knocks on it, he might not like what answers it. I'm sorry, folks. I'm reading the chat. And like I said, my brain won't do two things at one time. What have you used? Drone? No. I don't have a drone at this point in time. I know some people that do have them. I don't want to get that evasive right this minute. Like I said, I'm still feeling them out. This is not a, you know, this takes a while to do. Where, like I said, I don't want to run them off, and I don't want them to get to the point where every time they hear my vehicle come, they want to run off. And someone asked what property X is. Well, if you go back and look at my video,
Hey, Vault.
go ahead.
LAKAYA said that send her a link again so she can try this one more time.
All right, I'm sending a link through. All right, Missy. Someone asked what property X is. If you go back and watch my older videos, it's self-explanatory what it is. And as far as I know, Bass, I haven't told anything no one else has told, especially about Dogman. Bigfoot, I don't think the government's too readily, you know, I don't think they're going to let you show a body right now, but I don't think they're caring as much about that as they are the Dogman thing. Don't know why. Don't care to speculate why. But like I said, my thing is what I've told about the Bigfoots is, like I said, some of the howls you hear on those TV shows and stuff like that, that ain't, you're never going to get nothing to mess with you doing that. You might get something to rip your head off, but okay, Vamp. I told LAKAYA the other day that I couldn't wait to you and her could get a mic and y'all two go at it. That's going to be fun. Well, I think Bass is asking about fish. Yeah, fish works for the government. Don't have a problem with that. There's a lot of government guys and gals that know stuff that's going on, and because of the way the government works, this is places like this is how they get stuff off their chest. Uh, Central Texas, it depends on what area you're in. Now, if you go down to the big thicket area, I personally have not had any dogman stuff down there, but a lot of Bigfoot stuff. I know there's some stuff going on right now through the internet and through other places that people are in trouble about certain groups and certain things that have happened in the big thicket area. I will say this. I do know there was a group down there. I was down there right before and I was down there after this group had a bunch of feds come in and raid them. Don't know why. I don't know what was up. I wasn't with that group and didn't ask a whole lot of questions about it. But I do know that the feds, a lot of people are saying, well, they never come. Yes, they did. They patrol that area pretty damn heavy. But like I said, depending on what part of Texas you're talking about, because Central Texas is a big ass damn area. Yeah, Vamp, I think you and LAKAYA, if y'all get Bug back in again, I might as well just hang my hat over here and crawl up on the wall in the corner. Yes, I'm still going down there, and yes, they're still there because I called that man, matter of fact, today. But before I would ask anybody to come out or try to get anybody out, I would go out and spend time in the area to make sure what I'm getting myself in, much less what I'm fixing to ask somebody else to get in. And I've never really carried anybody out squatching. I've carried Bug, I've carried LAKAYA, and a couple other people after I've gotten to know them real well. Uh, like I said, that's where you can get yourself in trouble and others in trouble, because not only do I have my life and my well-being to look after, I have theirs. And Dakota, yes, I did get the email. I just haven't had time to answer any of them. And yes, everybody, LAKAYA got y'all's email. Like I said, she's been gone, and like I said, I've been gone. So we are going to get back to those and start answering those and getting with people. Sam Houston National Forest. What about Sam Houston? There's several Bigfoot encounters that came out of there. That's what you're talking about. Myself personally, I don't think I've investigated any that came out of Sam Houston, because there's so many freaking people that go in and out of there. It That's the other thing I like to do, people. I like to be alone. I like to go odd hours where most people are working and stuff like that. That's when I like to go out, because you're less likely to have another investigator either intrude or you mess with their investigation while they're trying to do something. And that's something I don't want to do. I don't want to get cross contamination from other investigators, and I don't want to cross contaminate their stuff. I know the Waco area very well. There's been a lot of strange stuff come out of the Waco area, especially after the tragedy that happened there. There's a lot of hauntings that come out of that area. The Northwest is, yeah, it's got dogman activity. Yes, I've been to LBL several times. Been in places on LBL. See, most people don't realize there are certain parts of LBL that most people can't get in. I've been in where some investigators have never been. We're going to leave LBL alone for right now. But yeah, it's a big hot spot, and there's other things there than Bigfoot.
Hey, Vault, Lakaya wants to know if you can send her the link through email, possibly.
Yeah. Hold on, folks. Let me see if I can get that done. She knows I'm about less talented at doing this than. Bug, send LAKAYA to my office.
1 second.
All right, folks. And yes, folks, I'm very lucky. I have not only one beautiful lady in my house, but I have two. Only problem is neither one of them listen to me. All right, folks. We got that sent. Maybe this will work. I have a full crew here tonight. Looks like we have a full crew still in here. If y'all have a question, man, y'all feel free to come. Y'all just feel free to say something. Don't be bashful. Bug, do you have any questions?
I don't right here at this moment.
Okay. I'm reading y'all. I'm sorry. Bug, got any crazy stories your kinfolks told you from stuff that's went on the Natchez Trace, like calls that were dispatched, anything like that? Somebody in the chat room was asking.
Not particularly. I'm trying to think. I think one that my family member told me got a phone call, and they said that they saw a black figure run in front of them, thought they hit it and stopped, and there was no damage. Park ranger came and checked it out and said they were fine.
That is odd.
I've heard of stories, though, that people have told before about seeing old Civil War soldiers, old Native American like not soldiers, but tribe people on the old part of the trace.
Happy birthday, Jen. That's cool. Well, you know, the Native Americans, that's why the trace is there, because of them, and there's no telling what ghosts are left on that. James, do you have a mic? James Young? And I haven't heard any about a witch in Waco, so I'm curious about that. What's one of you most? I've had a few scary ones. One of the most scary times I've ever had involving something that I cannot tell you to this day what it was. At first, I thought it was a Bigfoot, but I'm not exactly sure. It was a flesh and blood creature. Was on the back side of Mount St. Helens. What was funny is I was asleep, and I haven't told this story to a whole lot of people, but I was asleep. And as everyone knows, you know, back many moons ago, Mount St. Helens blew. Well, there were people there, there were animals there. As soon as it blew, basically the ones that were not disintegrated right then from the heat blast were killed from the inhalation from the soot, and basically they drowned on their own fluids. Not a fun way to go. Well, anyway, I was asleep, and all of a sudden it felt like the ground just like the ground was just jello. Was how bad it was shaking. And this huge, horrific, I'm talking about the worst explosion I'd ever heard, just woke me up out of a dead sleep. And I said, the ground's vibrating. And my first thought is, oh shit, the damn volcano has blew again. And then it was gone as fast as it happened. But you could hear it sounded like something was like a death moan. I don't know if anyone knows what I mean, but when something's dying, well, whatever this was not small. It didn't last probably 30 seconds and it was gone. But there wasn't an animal noise, nowhere to be heard. But when I went to sleep, you could hear the crickets, the frogs, the insects. But when that woke me up out of that sleep and that happened, not a sound. It was like all the like it being in a vacuum. There's just nothing. And a few minutes went by, and it's like somebody turned the sound back on. That was the freakiest because I had no idea what was going on, and I know I felt the ground move. But I've tried to, I just dreamed and thought of it or whatever, but no, I felt the ground move. I know I did. Dakota, you're a nut. No, I hadn't seen any burnt boogers there. I've seen several that have nothing wrong with them. And I've heard them do every kind of sound you can think of. And these creatures can mimic. At least the ones up there, they can mimic sounds. I guess if they hear it long enough, they can do that. Like I said, Google Earth the backside of Mount St. Helens back towards Alaska. For several thousand miles, several thousand square acres, there's nothing. and there's no roads for damn sure. And I've heard car alarms go off up there. Just crazy. Babies screaming, women screaming. Have I heard anything about giants like in the Bible? I've met and seen several people that were abnormally freaking large. Um, what do I know about the what? I haven't heard that one. Have you ever heard of that? What he's asking about, Bug?
I think I know how to pronounce it. I think you pronounce it Rougarou, maybe.
Yeah, that's.
I've heard that name. I've heard
the,
that name before, but I've never.
The Rougarou is. I was looking at something else. I hadn't even got down to that. I'm sorry, but the Rougarou is out of Louisiana. That could be. They call a lot of things a Rougarou. If it's basically unknown, cryptic, hairy, it's a Rougarou. It could be a Wendigo, a Skinwalker, a Bigfoot, a Dogman. They're gonna call it a Rougarou. The Rougarou, like I said, is basically a monster. Now, Lougarou is when they start telling you stories about the Lougarou is a werewolf-like creature, and they believe the Lougarou is a person that transforms into a basically like a wolf man or a hairy man, a wild man, and that can be passed on from one person to another person. There's many legends. But like I said, the Rougarou does not mean Dogman or Bigfoot. Like I said, it's just an unknown monster. Lougarou is the werewolf. I'll have to ask Dark Waters what they call it. The Bigfoot has a name too, but it's not Rougarou or Lougarou. It's Ponchu or Punchu or something like that. That's what they call it, what most of them refer to the Bigfoot. Lougarou, yeah. I've had several stories about lights in the woods and stuff, and supposedly, if you follow them, you will get you will get lost, and no one will ever see you again. But that's the problem. Anybody's ever followed the lights, you never hear from them again, so we don't know what the hell they are. I don't think I've been to that part of New Mexico. I may have and didn't know it, but I don't remember seeing that name or hearing that name. But I've been through so many places, and like I said, especially if it's dark or whatever, or if I'm not the one driving, or if I'm flying, unless it's where I flew into, most of the time, I don't know. You know, if I'm with someone else, I may have been through there and did not even know it. No, that's no problem. But no, there's a difference. There is a Rougarou and a Lougarou. But like I said, the Lougarou is Lougarou. A Lougarou and a Rougarou. A Lougarou is what they call a werewolf, a person that turns into a werewolf creature or werewolf creature. The Rougarou is basically the word for monster. The scariest thing cryptic wise. That would have to be my very first Bigfoot encounter. And I can't really go into that right now. If I go into that right now, it's going to let some stuff out of the bag that I don't want out of the bag. But yeah, it was a terrifying encounter where an idiot cousin of mine accidentally pissed it off more than it was already pissed off because we were there. I'll just put it to you that way. What's up, DW? Second scariest encounter. I'd have to say my second scariest encounter was with a dog man. The very first time I ever laid eyes on one, scared the hell out of me and did not know what it was and confused the shit out of me. Yes, please, everybody, go post this in your social media and see if we can get some more people in. Let's see how many people we can jam in this room. Let's see if we can lock this baby up. You know, invite them in. If they want to be part of the show, tell them to click on and get in. And I got some people in here, but they ain't talking. I said, I knew Bug was going to be a little, I wouldn't say camera shy, would be a little hesitant to come on. If we can get LAKAYA in here, sorry about that, folks. If we can get LAKAYA stuff to work right, maybe we can get a good one going on.
I got another ghost story just for the sake of ghost stories.
Well, come on with it, Lillian.
I was at my grandmother's house, the same one that my other grandfather saw the ghost in, sitting out on the front porch by myself. And her house is situated next to an old road to the town she lives close to. And there's the pavement, and then there's a different road. Well, I heard a horse and buggy on the pavement, and there was nothing there. So I figure it's residual hauntings from the old road that led to town.
I think I remember you telling me that one. That was a good one. Yeah, that would have been. I believe I had to get up to go see where the damn horse and buggy was, because if I couldn't see it, I'd have to be following it on my ears. And I think you was a mischievous child. You didn't do that, did you?
I tried to figure out where it was coming from, but it sounded like it walked right in front of the house and then disappeared.
Yeah. See, I knew it. You was a mischievous one. You had to go see.
Yeah, I had to go see.
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going? Who am I talking to?
Can you hear me, Vault?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who am I talking to? Graham. What's going on, Graham?
It's me, Graham.
Yeah, I just said that.
I can't hear you for some reason.
I don't know why. It should be blasting people's eardrums up.
I hear both of y'all, so it's pretty clear.
Okay. What's going on, Graham?
I can't hear you, Vault.
You got something turned.
It's weird.
You got something muted.
I know you're talking.
Maybe a problem on your end. I don't know.
All right. I can hear you now.
All right. We got a lot of people in here on your end. I don't know.
Yeah, I just figured it out. I hope it's not reverberating. I can hear you now. For some reason, it's working with the chat. I can hear you now.
All right. We got a lot of people in here on your end. I don't know. You got to mute your YouTube.
All right, guys. Yeah, I know it's probably on my end. I'll
Yeah.
figure it out. But yeah, there is a there was this cryptid that I found out that's probably probably something you know about,
What's that?
or probably not.
What's that?
It's on a it's on one of my vids, but I don't know. They think it's kind of like a
Okay. I think his problem went further than he thought because he just cut out and gone. He just fell out of my chat.
Yeah, I can't see or hear him anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think he was having issues or something. Bass, I see you slept in here. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
So what do you got any stories for us?
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a huge fan of this show, and yeah, I have so many questions.
Well, okay, well shoot me some.
First one is have you guys ever been visited? It was me, Bassman, asking the questions earlier. Have you guys ever been visited for the information you're giving out on Dogman?
Well, that should be something that would you got to mute your YouTube. Leave your
I'm sorry.
you got to mute the YouTube and then leave this stream, leave the Hangout alone. But if you don't mute the YouTube, it reverbs because it's on a delay.
I'm sorry. How's that?
That's fine, man. Well, that's kind of self-explanatory. If they had visited us, I don't think we'd be talking tonight.
Okay. Okay.
Well, like I said, anybody that I've ever talked to that's been visited by what you're like you're saying, excuse me, the Men in Black. Usually after that, they shut up and you don't hear from them.
That's very
No, like I said, and then on my end, like I said, except for what I put out here, no one knows anything. And this is the only place besides DW channel I say anything. And like I said, for somebody to find me, they're gonna have to work extra freaking hard. And then when they find me, depends on how they talk and how nice they are, how nice I stay.
Okay. All right,
Let's put it this way.
that was a quick question.
Let's put it this way. I go out on purpose in the middle of the night in the dark by myself with creatures that I know very well that could kill me at a drop of a hat and can go to sleep like a baby. So, like I said, a man doesn't really bother me.
Okay.
Now, what's your other question?
Well, from everything I've been listening to, obviously it doesn't.
Well, I said, hey, everybody don't get me wrong. I'm not considering myself a bad person or whatever, but if I need to be, I can be unpleasant. I'll put it to you that way.
You're a man of principles.
Yes, I'm going to respect you, and you're going to respect me. You will give me that respect, because I've given you that respect, or I will get my respect.
Okay. I like that.
What's your other question, man?
Talking about the paranormal, what is the strangest paranormal thing you've ever come across? Like ghosts, goblins, anything of the sort?
I would have to say it was the most recent, when me, LAKAYA, and Minion number 2, and who else was there? I think Oh crap, I can't remember. It was a couple other people there, but I cannot remember who they were now. But went out to do an investigation. Matter of fact, the very first paranormal investigation the Dark Waters team went out on, we run into an entity that to this day I cannot tell you what it was, because it took on multiple different. What it did was it figured out what you were afraid of the most, and that's what it showed you, because multiple people were looking at the same entity, but nobody saw the same thing. It even it even
Did it feel
mimicked.
spiritual or did it feel physical?
How did it feel? Physical?
Did it feel spiritual or physical? Like whenever you got the feeling that something was happening, like was it more like in your bones or like I could see it?
Oh no, you could see it. Most definitely, you could see it. I think LAKAYA figured out that it's an ancient being called a manipulator demon. So, like, oh yeah, like I say, yes, you could see it. It was most definitely you could see it. You could even see its breath because it was cold.
That's crazy.
And I said that's the most recent one that comes to my head, because, like I said, I'm not by myself, and most of the time, I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about everybody else that's with me, because, like I said, if I carry someone out, I'm responsible for their well-being, not just mine, but theirs. So if something bad happens, I would rather it happen to me than happen to somebody else, because that's something I don't want to have to do, is go to that loved one's family and say, well, we were out doing some stupid shit just to prove that this exists, and now your loved one's not coming home.
Oh, that's totally understandable.
Bass, hold on a second. I see we got another guy in here named James. You going to turn your mic up, man? Well, that's going to be on whatever device you're using. You're going to turn your volume up. No, it sounds like you're talking in a hole. Not really. I don't understand how. You're talking to somebody ain't that good, is not that good with technicality. So, I can barely hear you. I can still hear you, but I can barely hear you. Did you have a question?
Yeah. Well, kind of. First, I just want to say I'm a big fan of you both and Dark Waters.
Well, thank you.
I was just wondering, what type of stuff have you heard about witches down in the Waco area?
About what?
Like witches and all kind of stuff in the Waco area.
Dude, you're so muffled, I can't understand you.
What have you heard about witches in the Waco area?
Oh, the Waco area. The Waco area. Well, after the incidents that happened out there in Waco, with all the people that died at one time, supposable that land right now is cursed.
What incident?
You don't know what happened at Waco?
No, I don't.
The Branch Davidian compound.
Oh, deer Texas, you mean? Okay, yeah.
I think just about everybody should have heard of that.
Well, the thing is, I'm from that area, so I know it's deer Texas, not the Waco incident. So,
dude, I can't understand nothing you're saying. It's so muffled.
I'm from the area, so I know it so I know it as the Deer City incident and all that.
Like I said, because of all the deaths and stuff that happened at one time out there, from what I understand, the land is now cursed. Really? There's nothing on the land right now, right?
I don't think so. No.
That's because no one will go to it. No one can stay on it. No one will build anything on it. Like I said, supposedly David Koresh, his last things was he cursed and damned everybody that was against him and everybody that was doing this to him. So, you get that many people, especially young kids, that die at one time in one place, and then someone with that kind of mindset, bad things happen, and they can leave marks on the earth.
Yeah. Okay.
But so many innocents died at that place. I really don't want to talk about that place because, like I said, I don't want to encroach on any loved ones that may be listening that had family there that perished or anything, or give David Koresh. I don't want to talk bad, and I don't want to talk good about him. That's just a subject I just rather go away from.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, Bo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the guy last week that was asking about the dog man in New York through the chat.
Okay.
I was just wondering, I'm about an hour away from the city, like maybe 20 minutes away from the tri-state area, like where you could cross the border and you're in New Jersey or Pennsylvania or New York.
Yeah, I know
Anything,
I know
heard
exactly what you're talking
anything
about.
area?
The New York itself, city area, no, but Europe,
No, no, I'm a little upstate, like towards the Pennsylvania border. I'm like,
yeah,
if I go one way, 20 minutes, I'm in PA. If I go another way, 20 minutes between the New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York border.
yeah,
Anything around?
I'm trying to remember the name of that little area right there. Hold on. Yeah, there's Bigfoot activity been reported there. I don't think I have any dog man out of that area. I'm not saying that there's not any because I don't get every report of every dog man, but I do know that I've gotten several reports out there, and I even did an investigation on Rhode Island of a Bigfoot that was bothering some of the out there on Rhode Island, out towards uh, Ellis Island. They have a mass burial place for prisoners.
Yep. Yeah. Long Island.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, something ran some workers off from there one night, and they said that whatever it was squealing, moaning, hollering, and then they found abnormally large human foot tracks. At first, they thought maybe an escapee had faked his death, and to get out there in the open, and he was screaming and hollering because he woke up in the casket and couldn't get out. The only problem is all the caskets that were there were still closed, still sealed, and everybody was accounted for.
That's crazy.
That happened in the I think that happened in the early 80s. Either it was the late 70s or early 80s. I don't have the report laying right in front of me, but I do remember that.
That's very interesting.
But like I said, a lot of people don't realize that in New York, well, especially in any jail, state prison, federal, I think all but the federal, but anything that has to do with the state of New York, if you die in custody and your body is not claimed by your relatives or somebody, you're buried at a mass cemetery. They may dig a hole to put 6 coffins in at one time, and then on that marker you go by a number. They don't go by a name. On that marker for that, they put all those numbers in there.
Hey, boss man.
Finally, what's going on?
No, not finally. I stole Bug's headset.
Okay.
Because mine, apparently, when I click on the link and open in Hangout,
Yeah.
it doesn't work. There's no sound. There's no nothing. There's nobody else in there with me. Even when I click on the link you send me.
Okay. Is it your
So
head?
people inside chat, if you got a solution, type it up and let me know. Why can't I get into the live feed through Google Hangout?
Is it the headset or is it some other
Hangout?
reason? Oh.
Hey, I connected was to the link DW posted on the chat.
That's what I tried, and every time I click link, it takes me to the Hangout, tries to open it the way it did the last time, and the last Hangout still open. I can't get it to close out, and there's nothing else I can do. It pulls up a whole new Hangout with just me in it, just by clicking that one link.
See, you guys are putting out too much information, man. The powers that be don't want you guys to put this information out.
Well, they're screwed because they ain't never gonna shut me up.
I thought it was good.
You kill one way, I'll figure out another way. I'll just go get some of my minions and LAKAYA on it, and we'll figure it out.
Well, thing is, boss man, I can't. This is the first time I've even got to hear anything that's being said. All I can see is chat, and that's only because I hopped on her stuff.
Not even your chat
Nope.
is working.
That's working. I have yet to hear anything that's been said the whole time.
That's retarded.
Tell me about it.
Have you started everything?
Yep, and
Yeah, that's what
updated
I'm saying.
everything.
You like shut everything down, turn all the power off, then reboot everything.
Did that.
Yeah, it's darkness is in damn gremlins. Look, every time we have a live stream, mine, DW, something crazy goes on.
Well, I mean, I know I love imperfection things. You know, I don't like anything perfect. It's an OCD thing not to have stuff perfect. But boss man, you may just be buying me some new equipment because I'm ready to take up, somebody's offer and throw some C4 on this stuff.
Oh Lord!
I don't like that. Sounds fun.
Not in that room.
I don't do that. Just do what I do. Go outside with a baseball bat and beat on a tree for a couple minutes. You'll be all right.
That might not be a good idea around here either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, I mean, I have like 3 systems running, so I mean, and I can't get on live stream with any of them.
Damn, I don't know.
Somebody said this is why I should feed my gremlins cookies. Yeah, I agree.
No, because then they'll want
I absolutely agree.
They'll want cookies all the time.
Hey, if they'll let my my stuff work, I'm all for giving them some cookies. I'll go down to like a $1 bag Walmart cheap bag of cookies. I can do that.
I got more lead than cookies, so leave the cookies alone.
Give them some cookies.
I'm talking about I don't understand. 2-3 days ago we have an almost 8-hour live stream and works perfectly fine. Same account, same everything. When I finally got in it, now I can't even get in that tonight. Makes no sense.
Government's watching.
Exactly.
I wouldn't doubt they're watching. I wouldn't doubt they're watching and monitoring me to figure out what the hell I'm going to do next.
I'm listening to see what the hell you're gonna do next. Not gonna lie, or what you're gonna say.
Well, that's the problem. I don't even 90% of the time. I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna say next.
Hey, boss man.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you keep the blowtorch?
I'm not telling.
That sounds like a good idea.
I got to make sure I hope that damn other room is locked.
Yeah, I've already tried getting in there. All the knives and hammers and chains and locks and keys, and it's all like I can't get in anything,
Yeah,
I'm just stuck here with equipment that will not cooperate, but that's okay.
You and Bug play patty cake or something till you cool down.
Oh, I'm cool. I'm extremely cool. My equipment may not be in about 30 minutes, but I'm good.
All right, don't take a torch to it. Just take an M80, stuff it right underneath it, and step a couple of feet away and just watch it blow up. There you go.
Dude, she's probably less than 12 feet away from freaking C4, Hercules dynamite.
Okay.
Well, then just take some of that.
Nope.
And just like this.
I don't. Look, I just remodeled this place not too long ago. We ain't doing it again. It's a bomb shelter from the outside, not the inside.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get back to moderating chat, and I'm gonna turn it back over to Bug. And if something doesn't work out
very, very soon because it's already 10:10. Her time, because I had to drive all the way down here to stay a couple days with her. Yeah, I'm fisting to like seriously blow up some stuff.
Oh shit. Oh. Okay.
Alrighty. Here's Bug back.
If y'all hear a loud boom, I'm just ignore it.
No problem. No problem. I got a question for Bug.
Bugly.
Bug is back. Ask away.
What's the strangest thing you've ever experienced, or had to deal with, or save somebody from?
Hey, Bug, and he doesn't mean me.
Personally, the strangest thing that ever happened to me, honestly, was the incident that happened with me and LAKAYA. We're at a site and a shadow figure proceeded to attack me. And considering it being the first time I'd ever had true experience with this, it scared the bejesus out of me. Literally in tears. We saw it, and it was literally on my right side, and LAKAYA's like, you probably want to move to the left a little bit, and I had my eyes closed, because at that point, with something being on me, I just decided I don't want to see it, so closed my eyes and went to the left, and we got in a room, and it basically cornered us in the room. It was pacing in front of the door, so we could not get out. And finally, we decided we just couldn't be locked up in the room forever. And we went out there and just finally got out of there. But I've never been so scared, ever.
Was it a full apparition or like a half body? Did you like see like the full, like the full body on it, or was it just like?
It was full body.
You had your eyes closed, didn't you, Bug, for most of it?
For most of it, I first saw it, and after I first saw it, I closed my eyes for the ride. I was just, I was scared. But yeah, it was full body, and LAKAYA, having more experience, kept her eyes open and kind of walked me through the whole experience, but I didn't know what to do.
Any glowing eyes or anything like that, or just a black figure?
It was just a black shadow figure. It was just in like the shape of a person.
That sounds scary.
If I'm not mistaken, hey, Bug, hand the mic to LAKAYA because her eyes were open, so she can give a little more detail.
All right, 1 second.
Then I'll let her tell y'all what she done afterwards because they show up at my place afterwards. Oh, y'all.
What you need, boss man?
Hey, since her eyes were closed most of the time, from what I remember, they're wanting to know, like, what it looked like, how it acted, how it moved.
Oh, you want details?
Yeah.
Well, I want on air, live. This should be a trade-off.
Oh, Lord.
What I seen to the left of her was this huge, as big as half the area, dark is all I could say. But it had shape to it. I mean, it was darker than dark could be. And I seen the shape move right up on Bug, and all I could tell her to do was move.
Anything
Just scary.
Or moved or like just
Oh,
touch on the neck.
no, this
Anything like
thing,
that?
once it got them in that room, it started shaking the wall, shaking the door.
Oh yeah, hell no. Hell no.
No, definitely not.
It scared her bad enough. Explained to them once y'all got out of the place and then drove to my location, what happened?
I think we might have lost her for a second.
Yeah, y'all hold on 1 second. We're in the process. All of a sudden, they started having problems with that one. I'm trying to get LAKAYA on.
You still haven't been able to connect through the
Google Google Hangout for some reason is giving a lot of problems. We're trying to get it to hit.
I personally believe that they are listening and they are blocking people out. And yeah.
Well, they gonna piss her off, and she's gonna give their computer something Ajax won't take off.
Oh god. Hey, Norton though.
Hold on, let me put a link back in the room. All right. Hold on. I think I see what happened. Go back out and do it again.
See, I'm in there by myself.
I know. Hold on. Hold on, everybody.
What's going on, everyone? You got any strange experiences? First time being on here. I'm just trying to feel it out.
It's my first time too, so
Yeah, first
Mine
time
too,
here
good.
as well.
I got a couple.
Let's hear them.
Go ahead and share your experience, man.
There's a few. One time I was driving back to a cousin's house, which is basically 20-25 minutes away from my house. Driving down the highway, my brother sees something on the left-hand side. He's like, yo, what is that? I'm like, okay, what is it? So he hops off the exit. We drive across the bridge. We get to this opening clearing where we see a white light going across. Then all of a sudden, I start yelling at him, yo, get back in the car. Get back in the car. The ride that should have only took 20-25 minutes ended up being a 2-hour ride. We left my house at 7:30, and it didn't get to my cousin's house till about 9:15, maybe a little longer than that. Ever since then, it's been crazy. Like my cousin, he'll call me, like, yo, you check yourself? What are you talking about? Well, I just woke up with a scar on my arm that shouldn't be there. It wasn't there last night. It's been happening since I was. And a few other strange things. We got, let's see, the fire truck call where supposedly there was a little kid who had a brand new fire truck, like ran on remote controls. All of a sudden, his house burned down, and they like firefighters went and put it out, but the fire truck was still in pristine condition, and it was the sirens was going off. So I guess they put it through onto like a message or something like that, and if you call that message, you will see strange stuff for a couple of days. That week, we actually called it because my cousin convinced me to call it, and yeah, we were sitting in my cousin's house. We were sitting upstairs playing Xbox, not Xbox, but what was it, Sega Genesis or something like that. This was back in the day. All of a sudden, we seen a shadow walk up the stairs. The door shut, and we heard some banging in the other room. I've never been back to my cousin's house since.
Huh.
Well, that's a little freaky.
Yeah, like it was crazy. My cousin told me about it. He was like, "Yo, call this number. Listen to the whole thing. If you don't listen to the whole thing, you will hear and will see strange stuff for about a week." I'm like, "All right, yeah, whatever." So we listened to it. We clicked it off like, whatever, it's BS or whatever, right? Like,
yeah, hold on a second. I just found something out. If you sit idle in this room for very long, for some reason Google Hangouts putting them out because it just took out two and said they were removed for idle. What the hell? Idle default. So I guess if you're gonna come in here, you need to be active.
well, place to call in. We want to hear about it. Hear about everything. Come in to ask questions.
Oh yeah, well, I guess like I said, two of them dropped out that was sitting there idle. I said it removed them for idling too long. They hadn't said anything or done anything. I didn't know it would do that. So I guess y'all, y'all got a question, y'all call, you call in or however you want to do it.
Hello. Yeah.
Hey, who am I speaking to?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who is it? Is this James?
No, this is Brandon.
Brandon, okay. I got so many people in here, it's hard to keep up with who's where.
All right, make sure I didn't get kicked out there.
Yeah.
You did a great job, Lo. Like, I love I just finished listening to the 7-hour episode. Like,
yeah, we talk about everything and then some. We talked about we talked about so much stuff. I think the only thing we didn't talk about was people's mama.
I still have an hour to listen to that one.
You can't do that.
Well, like I said, I take it back. I talked about one person. Well, I didn't talk about the mama. I just said they lived in their mama's basement.
You don't even have to bring up that man's name.
Hey! Hot Pockets are good though.
Hey, Hot Pockets may be good, but that's he needs to be eating shit sandwiches. That's how I feel about him. People. I did lose some subscribers because of my thoughts on him. But if y'all knew the things that I knew, you'd say the same thing too.
What you lost subscribers for?
Well, I guess because the stuff I said about Jackass.
What's going on, D-Do?
Who? Sissy ass boy Condom?
Yeah.
Hey,
if somebody unsubscribed from you because they caught feelings about what you said about another man and you got an issue with another man, then they want to subscribe, but anyway, they weren't a member of the family because at the end of the day, you got the right to speak your mind just like he got the right to speak his mind. It's just that you speak your mind like a man. He does his shit behind closed doors and back channeling, bada bing, bada boom. And then when you come out and slam the man or say what you got to say, then they catch feelings. That means that they are members of his cult. And they're drinking the Kool-Aid and they're like, part of the Jim Jones cult. They all be dead in some goddamn field somewhere.
Yep. Hey, you know, you have done the same thing I done. I told him anytime, any place he wants to talk, just let me know. And that was about. I might as well have been talking to the wall over here.
Yeah. So that's how that. And I didn't mean to cut off the conversation, but
Oh
I mean
no,
that's how I feel about that whole situation, man. People got to grow up. At the end of the day, they got people say all kind of crazy shit about me. I don't ever ask anybody to unsubscribe from them because I know that that's how they make their living and how they pay their bills and how their kids go to school. So you never hear me tell somebody unsubscribe or don't listen to them because that's just not the right thing to do.
oh
But don't unsubscribe if you don't like them. Listen to what they're saying. Go over there and listen. I'm just saying for all people, listen so you can let me know if he say something crazy. Don't unsubscribe from him. Say I don't listen to his shit.
Oh yeah, if you hear him say anything about DW or especially the
Let me know.
Please come let me know.
Yeah, don't unsubscribe.
Because if y'all think I've been talking here lately, you ain't seen shit.
Hey,
DW. What's up, man?
Hey, I just want to say I'm a big fan.
Well, thank you, man. You're not a fan, you're family, baby. I don't have fans. We got family members. I appreciate you joining us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been around since Lockett Ranch.
I know that means you family. You ain't no fan, baby. You've been here a long time. I had to change my phone number so I want everybody to know, and I just memorized it. The new one is 504-500-1775, like 1776, the beginning of the country, 1775. I use a burner app on my phone, which allows me to kind of, and you're supposed to renew it every 30 days, and the renewal is like $1.99. Well, I just completely got distracted yesterday when I was supposed to renew it because I had my phones ringing, I had all kinds of stuff going on, and it was like you have 1 minute to renew your app or to renew the number, and a phone call came in, and I started arguing with somebody, and then bam, I missed it, so I had to put another number out there. So I'm going to have to be marketing another number. But if you want to call me, 500-504, because that's the New Orleans area code, 500-1775, and spread the word. Post my number like a coupon. You know what I'm saying? It's like a coupon in the Sunday newspaper because I ain't scared to talk to nobody.
Nope. That's like look how many people is in here now. Look how many people's been on here to talk tonight because said what they wanted to say. And this is something the only other place you'll find this is DW's channel. And like I said, like I said earlier, man, I don't fear. There's a lot of things out there that bother me, but like I said, there's very few things that scare me. But like I said, man, I've never been afraid. I guess that's the idiot in me. I've never been afraid to speak my mind to any man. Either you like it or you lump it. It don't make a difference to me.
Yeah, I gotta tell you about. Remember, I was telling you about the dude that I was talking to when I was driving back, right?
Yeah.
And so I recommended that he do the prayers of protection and all other things. I don't want to tell everything that happened to the man because he didn't give me his permission to, and I don't want to do it. But he did the prayers of protection, and so I guess he thought we had one conversation and we weren't going to talk again. So that following morning, I text him. I'm like, look, how did it go last night? He was like, dude, I didn't sleep too well. I was like, well, did something happen? He was like, no, I just, I didn't sleep too well. I wasn't really comfortable. I said, well, did anything happen? Did you hear any sounds, any scratching? He's like, no, nothing happened. And to you guys listening, I need you guys to understand this. I don't think I've ever said this when it comes to dealing with these demonic entities and these ghostly entities. If you have a higher power, and it doesn't mean that you have to be Christian, but if you have a higher power and you decide to turn over that battle with that entity to that higher power, then you need to turn it over and do your prayers, whatever that prayer may be, whether it's a surah from the Quran or whether it's a scripture from the Bible, wherever you're getting it from. You have to trust in that power to fight that battle for you. Because my brother that I was talking to was like, man, I don't want to pray because I don't want to make the spirit angry or make this thing angry. And I'm like, dude, it's fucking with you either way it go. It's not like you not praying is going to make it any better. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, well, it might make it worse. I said, well, it damn sure ain't going to make it better than what it is now. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to keep getting worse and it's going to drag out over time. So, if you have those kind of issues and you're a person that relies on a higher power, whatever it may be, then you have to use that higher power. You know what I'm saying? You have to engage that higher power and put it to use to protect you from these things. You know what I'm saying? And don't live a life of fear, because that was his thing. He was afraid. And fear only empowers and emboldens these things. That's what they want you to do, be afraid of them. And that's
Yep.
coming from a man who couldn't find his keys this morning because they was moved. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey, hey, I want to say always trust in your God, whether it be Allah or God. Just trusting it. Trusting
yeah,
His
whatever
word.
it is. You know?
Well,
Man, it's cold out here. You know, it was 80 degrees this morning, and now it's like 39 degrees in New
I
Orleans. This is crazy.
I like it.
Mm-mm.
Hey, it's pretty nice over here in Texas.
What part of Texas you in again?
Central Texas.
Okay.
I live a little bit down from Waco.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's what I remember that now. Like I said, so many people's been in here. Now that's
Yeah.
one thing. My memory is not that good anymore. I've been hitting the head. DW said too many times. But I like it cold.
Yeah, me too.
Man, this is the worst cigar I ever smoked. This thing is like smoking. You know what it's like smoking? And then somebody gave this to me. It's like, this is a great cigar. It's like somebody, you know, the little paper bags you get at the grocery store to put your groceries in?
Yeah.
It's like somebody took a paper bag, rolled that some bitch up, and it's like, here, smoke this.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah. I stick to my cigarettes. Thank you.
Yeah, that's just the worst thing. It's the worst cigar I ever had.
I like that so much. It don't taste like it's supposed to. I throw the pack away, get another pack. That so much is old.
No, it ain't no good. It ain't no good. So how many people? I can't see how many people in. What Bug went? I want to talk to Bug.
Hold on. Bug.
Bug's right here.
What's up, darling? I want to spend some time chatting with you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Now, first of all, you gotta tell LAKAYA she can't be getting jealous because her microphone don't work. She got to be patient. We're gonna get another microphone. She was on here spazzing. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. She was just spazzing like, I'm gonna blow this up if my microphone don't work. She gotta relax. You know what I'm saying? Tell your girl calm down and chill out. Thank you for joining us, Bug. I'm so happy to hear that you had a chance to talk with us. And I was hearing some of the stories that you were sharing, people. And I'm not sure if somebody asked you this question. I think they might have gotten to it already. But I wanted to know, like, what was your earliest childhood paranormal experience? Did you answer that question already?
No, he hadn't.
I haven't.
Hey, DW, you and Bug talk. I'm gonna see if I can't fix LAKAYA's problem.
All right, cool. But yeah, Bug, what was your earliest experience?
My earliest experience would probably be the horse and buggy thing I said about hearing it on the actual road and it not being there. But my grandmother's place was actually very active with the paranormal. I had that horse and buggy, and then I heard a cow. I mean, we live on a farm, so I was used to hearing cows, but I heard a cow, and there was no physical cow. I've seen shadow figures in her house before. I've heard things walking in the attic when she doesn't have an attic.
Wow.
And not like animal sounds, but like human, like heavy enough to be human footprints.
Wow. And
And
what
then
about
my
your grandmother?
grandfather.
Was she aware of all this stuff going on?
She was aware of it. I just remembered. She's had stories. She used to live in a house not too far from the one she has now, and she was out in the garden, and she kept hearing somebody say her name, and she kept looking around, and she didn't hear anything. She didn't see anything, and she kept hearing her name being called, and so there was a abandoned house that was close to her old house, and she went to the abandoned house, and the door was unlocked and everything because the windows were broken and who knows what else. She got into the house. She went upstairs and she kept hearing her name called, and she never saw anything. She finally got so scared she ran out and ran back to her house, and that's one of the most scariest things that she's told me that I can remember.
Yeah, it's amazing because people in those days, they had a lot of paranormal stuff happen. I had this lady call me from no southeast, East Texas. Older lady, she's like 89 years old, and unfortunately, I don't have her number anymore. But she was telling me stories about in the 40s how they would have they had these graves, kind of these unmarked graves back left over from slavery, where what a slave master would do is he would kill a slave over a grave. Like he would dig an open hole, get a slave to dig a grave, and then
The
he would tell
slave
him, "I
would dig
want to."
their own grave.
They would dig their own grave, and he would tell them bury the treasure. He would put treasure or gold or money or whatever it is in a box. Tell him put it in a box, then kill a slave, dump his body in a hole, and the slave's body was the spirit was supposed to guard the spot. And so she was telling me the story about an unmarked grave on the backside of her father's property, and how every time they went to that in that area, either the trees would blow, the wind would blow, they would get pushed, they would get kicked. One girl got bitten, and they would always try and just go back there because they knew something was there that was valuable, but they could never get to it because something would always go wrong. So, there's stories going back, you know, decades that are out there that are interesting. I like the stories that come from, a generation or two ago, because they're not those people aren't from that TV generation where it's like ghost hunters and this and that. And the older people just tell it like it is. They're like, look, dog waters, baby, I'm gonna tell you some shit that you ain't never heard before, and they just
Yeah.
and they just tell you, and they're like, nah, I'm too old to be lying now. And I'm like, I know you're too old to
Yeah.
be lying, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're way too old to be lying. So I ain't lying to you. So don't be telling nobody my stuff wrong, because I ain't no liar. So, I mean, those are some of the better stories that I have. And I wanted to do kind of but I didn't want to name it like old people stories because that's kind of rude. I didn't know what to name it, but I wanted to do a segment of stories from people who were up in age. If y'all can come up with a
Yeah.
name for what I should call it, I'll call it something and do them, because I got about 12 of them locked in my head that I haven't.
Earlier generation ghost stories.
Yeah, we had to do something like, yeah, but that even sound like, to me, earlier generations sound like old people. I want something
Yeah.
that's not, at least I won't say geriatric ghost stories, nothing like that. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's but no, those stories are absolutely awesome. So, Bud, are you I'm sorry, somebody was about to ask me a question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. My brother just walked in. Have you ever heard any reports about a tall, dark figure with the reflective gear that people wear on the side of the road?
Yeah.
Reflective, yeah, like shadow figures with bright, reflective eyes.
With their eyes being reflective, or
Yeah, and like like the lime green with the red, how people wear them, like when working on the side of the highway or something like that. Uh, like my brother had
yes.
seen something like that when he was on his way to work, and it freaked him out completely. And he called me about 5:30 in the morning, like, "Yo, what the hell was that?" And I'm like, "Who's calling me? 5:30 in the morning? Why would he be calling me?" He called me. It freaked him out so bad. We went out there. He said it was about 7, 8 feet tall shadow figure with reflective green eyes. You ever hear anything about that?
Not green, but reflective red, like a So one of the producers that I was working with to do the TV show, damn it, that, and I guess we're still working on it. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna come to fruition at this point in time. But earlier this year, I was working on a TV show. I did his story about him being a bouncer in a club, and there was a fight in the club, but he ended up leaving out of the backside of the club and going into this alleyway, and he saw this shadow man, and the eyes of that shadow man, that's one of the details I believe I left out, but the eyes of that shadow man, he said his description was they reflected like a bicycle reflector when light hits it. And that's the kind of closest thing that I can give to you on that one. Now there's been other stories about shadow men that just had like flaming, like a flame red eyes. That's one of the stories that I told but I never did. And the guy was woke up on the sofa. I'm sorry,
Like bright burning red?
like bright burning red. And that's the one where the guy was. These guys played beer pong a whole lot. They was like in a beer pong league, and one of the guys had moved in with my friend who I've been talking to for a while, and he woke up in the middle of the night, and this shadow was over him, and it was like as tall as the ceiling with red eyes, going like flaming red eyes, and asked him, "What do you know about death?" and they found him that next morning in the corner of the room, kind of shaking and shivering. And he went to tell them that story. And after that, he moved out. So I did. You definitely have some of those shadow figures with different color eyes, but the green, no, I haven't had anybody tell me the stories with the green eyes.
Would that classify as like a Bigfoot or something like that? Because my brother was actually driving on his way to work.
I mean,
and, like he seen something big and black. Like once his headlights hit it, it like flickered like a lime green, reflective color, and like it was stepping off into a bank. He called me at like 5:30 in the morning, freaking out. And, like, I actually went out and like looked at the area. Got out there, like I got a strange feeling of being watched, and he was like, "Yo, we got to get the hell out of here," and we left.
Now it's possible that could have been a Bigfoot because there are reports that their eye color reflects a greenish color. So it's possible that it could have been a Bigfoot. When you first told me the story, I thought you were talking about a shadow man because I didn't hear the other detail where you said it stepped off of the road and into a ditch.
Yeah,
but
that's why I didn't add that into the question. I'm sorry about that.
no, it's no big deal. But the point I was just making is that yes, it's definitely possible that could have been a Bigfoot. It's probably more than likely. What's describe the area that he was in? Was it like he's on the side of the road? Is it vast wilderness? Is it
No, actually, it was on a side road that's maybe I want to say 100 yards from the highway. Like if I'm driving down the road, it's about 100 yards from the highway on my right. But if you go across the highway, it's a 4-lane highway. And you go up the hill, there's nothing but wilderness on the other side. I mean, like wilderness for like 7 to 8 miles.
Yeah, well, it's highly likely and probably it's possible that could have been a Sasquatch that he saw. It really is. It's probably more likely that it was a Sasquatch than a shadow man because just based on the description, that's it definitely wasn't a dog man because it would have been coming towards him. We wouldn't have been avoiding him. So yeah,
I believe that. Like he told me that it was when he was coming around the corner, his headlights hit it. And it was like stepping off the bank, and it like turned and looked at him and had like reflective eyes, and it just like went down. And he called me like 20 minutes later. I heard the panic in his voice. Like it was about between 5:15, 5:30 in the morning. I'm looking at my phone like he never calls me this early, and he was completely freaked out.
Yeah,
Like,
and that isn't it.
Like that before my life. That's what he was telling me. He was completely freaked out.
Somebody else was just about to say something. I missed it. What were you about to say? The other person?
Oh, I said it probably sounds like he saw something, freaking out.
Yeah, and it's always interesting, man. And how did it make you feel when he called you and he had that panic in his voice? Because I've learned how to deal with those emotions. Because sometimes I get a call at 11 o'clock at night where something's actually happening to a person at that exact moment that I'm talking to him, or it just happened, 5 minutes prior to me talking to him. And it's a real emotional experience for you listening to it, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very. Listen, he called me. It woke me up out of my sleep. I'm like, what's going on? I'm thinking he got like into an accident or something like that. He was like, no, dude, I just seen something crazy. I don't know what the hell it was. Like, it completely freaked him out. Like, and this is my twin brother we're talking about. Like, he's 2 minutes older than me, and if he's gonna call me at 5:30 in the morning, freaking out about something that he just seen, I kind of tend to believe him.
Yeah.
Hey, DW, some people are saying they can't hear anything on the chat.
They can't hear anything on. They can't hear us talking.
They can hear you. They can't hear the other guy. He's too low, I think.
Oh yes, he had his volume low. He might have to play with his volume. Play with your volume for me, Bass, and see what you can do. What I was going to tell you guys is this. For me, especially when it comes to dealing with people who are having um, two things. Let me gather my thoughts. Take a deep breath because there's 2 points I want to make. Number one, the good thing about these live streams, and the reason why I asked Bass that question is because I want people to understand. Because there's a lot of people who listen to this live streams who want to do their own YouTube channel and do their own thing. And when you're talking to a person who's a witness via the phone, you have very little to use to determine if that person is telling the truth. You only, because you can't read their body language, you can't read their eyes, you can't read their hands, their arms, their legs. You can't read any of that, so you have to judge it based on what they're telling you. And the sheer raw emotion that person will give you through the phone will let you know whether or not that encounter is true or not. And even if it's an old encounter, like if it's something that happened, years ago, there's going to be a certain level of intensity to that story that's being told. And that intensity is where you start the process of understanding what's going on, but also start the process of beginning to believe what that person's saying. And then from there, you get them to repeat the story twice. You ask a few specific questions to try and fill in the blanks of things, just like the process we went through where it started off, I thought he was talking about a shadow creature. Then he expounded on it and explained that no, somebody's got a mute, man, because I'm getting feedback. He's explained that, it stepped off into a ditch. And then the next question was, was it a wooded area? Then he said, yeah, well, across the highway, there's this. And just for those guys who want to do a YouTube channel and want to actually do real, true stories, that's the process of kind of figuring out what really happened. You know what I'm saying? It's not just listening to a story and believing it. It's kind of digging a little bit deeper into it and trying to figure out what's going on and what happened. Because at the end of the day, what I would like to see, and some other YouTubers disagree with it because they feel like, oh, Dark Waters, you helping other people get started, you creating competition. I said this when I had my issue with King Spook and the rest of the YouTube hard narrators. I said, you guys make up shit. I would like to see an army of people who actually really, really try their best to find a true story and put the true story out there. And so there'll just be hard narration, then there'll be true hard narration, a whole different genre. So that's why I take the time to explain those kind of things, because there are a number of people who actually want to do it, and you just need to know how to do it. You know what I'm saying?
DW, we're still trying to get LAKAYA in here. She may have to come in as another person, another name or whatever.
Well, we know why that happened. We know why that happened. We talked about that the other night, remember?
Yeah.
My brother just stopped by about 5 minutes ago, and I was putting the phone to him like, yo, look, you need to get out here. He was like, no, I'm not telling you, I'm not gonna say what I've seen. Like, dude, say what you seen. Get it off your chest. Because you called me freaked out. He's like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I was like, all right, so I'm gonna tell it.
Oh, your brother he just stopped by your house?
Yeah, he was just here about 5 minutes ago, and I basically threw my phone at him like, yo, look. He was like, no, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not doing it. Like,
well, when he gets ready to talk, he'll talk. But like I said, that
everybody's listening, they're not gonna pay attention. It's gonna come back to me. I'm not worried about that. Say what you seen. And he was like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
How's it going, boys?
How's it going? Who am I talking to?
Raven.
Hey, Raven.
What's up, Raven?
Back.
Well, we have 9 people on this call.
Look,
Full house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the more, the more the merrier.
Well, I said I'm not scared to let anybody in. Neither is DW. Like I said, now I found out a while ago. If you just sit here, for some reason it will kick you. I have no idea why.
That's YouTube.
Huh?
It's YouTube. You know, they like mess with people.
Matter of fact,
Yep.
I just got another one that just went
Oh,
bye-bye.
you go.
They're not thinking anybody. They're gonna kick people. That's what that's about.
Yep.
Well, if it does it, and Dark Waters had the same problem. We can't figure out how the hell to get you back in. Are you still there, DW?
Yeah, I'm here. I can't figure out how to get you back in. To be honest with you,
It's
if
probably
you're on my
because
stream, I ain't even trying to figure it out, you know, because I just, if you get in the stream talk, even if you just interject for a second to say, hey, and guys, let's talk about this just so people know, just for training purposes, moving forward. In the conversations, just so the conversations flow right, the best way to interject in a conversation and to make it sound right is real simple. All you say is when you hear someone take a breath and there's a dead pause or a silent moment, you start with saying, let me say this, and then keep on going. And what that'll do is, as we do these live streams and people understand how to communicate the right way, it won't come off choppy. It'll come off as, oh, Dark Water, stop talking. And somebody say, hey, let me say this. And then they went on to proceed to talking. So it's these little bitty small things that will make these live streams great. So it won't be big time. It won't be somebody like, hey, I want to say this. It's certain things you say to interject into the conversation. And one of them, the easiest one, is let me say this. And then you keep on running. You know, and if you guys ever listen to any of my interviews, like you'll hear me say that all the time in interviews. Somebody will be talking and they'll take a breath. I say, well, guys, let me say this. Boom. And I'll keep going
Hey,
into the
DW,
next point. Yeah.
I think we got LAKAYA in here.
Am I on? Am I on?
Hell,
Yep.
We can hear you.
Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't know what my screen name come up as because, you know, girls got to, you know, sometimes hide behind other names, but I'm on.
Are you saying you've got an alter ego?
Oh, I've got many.
No, she ain't
Oh, my
got.
goodness.
We are Legion. That's her ass. Yeah,
We are Legion.
We are many.
look, we've been spending this whole damn live stream trying to get her in here. So now it's fixing to kick off, y'all. I said I've been trying to figure out how to get her in here and get her in here.
Got him.
Now we got Bug and her in. I want all them two are going to tell y'all about an experience that they had together. It wasn't too long ago. That wound up with them coming to the vault and breaking in here. And I'm thinking the damn world's coming to an end and two women jump on my bed. Now, most times that's all right. But when they both scared as hell and I didn't do it, that's not good.
And I didn't do it.
Yeah, and I didn't do it, that's not good. So
if I had no cause and purpose in this, then there's a problem.
yeah,
But
especially
see, that's what happens when you keep your bed in your vault. You know, who else keeps a bed in their office? I just don't understand it. You sleep hanging upside down in the back of the cave by toenails. I mean, I just don't understand why even have a bed.
That's
well, in case
Are
you
you a
want to lay
bat?
down occasionally, you know.
that's for the other work purposes.
Well, you gotta have those too.
Now I want LAKAYA and Bug to tell the story of what happened. They tried to tell us a while ago, but it didn't work out all that well. Let's start over. Let's do it again, yeah. LAKAYA?
Hey, hold on one moment, boss man. Y'all, I'm sorry. I swear, if it's not one thing with me, it's another. It's my fault. Hold on. I'm having technical difficulties. Just give me 2 seconds.
Well, while we're in a break, I was going to say earlier, the reason why you may not be able to get people back in is because once you get kicked for setting off for so long, you may be on probation for so long.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure how this crap works. Me and DW figured out how to get it on, and we just went with it.
Google Hangouts like a jail.
All right, boss man. Bug's going to start.
All right. One of y'all cut your mics off. One of you cut your mic off. And
We know. We got this.
Okay.
I'm hearing double.
I get
All
told.
right, like I was saying earlier, Me and LAKAYA were in a location, and it was night, and we look, and there's this huge black mass in the shape of a person coming at us. And I've never been in anything like this happened to me before, so I automatically do what most humans do and start bawling my eyeballs out. And after I saw that thing coming for me, I closed my eyes, and that's when LAKAYA had to jump in and talk me through it. I was scared.
Huh.
Yeah, I looked over beside her and I seen this. Like I said, it was huge. I'm small. Everybody calls me teeny tiny. It was 10 times my size, huge, blacker than black, and we were in the dark, and it was darker than the dark of the room. And all I could tell her was to move over, step by me, step behind me. We ended up with our backs literally against a wall, and it started literally coming straight towards her, and we took off. Yeah, literally left the area and ended up hightailing it to the first person we could find, which was VAULT. And VAULT had been sitting on his bed or laying on his bed. By the time we jumped on it, literally jumped on him, screaming, crying, shaking. He was sitting up at this point going, "What in the hell are y'all doing here?" He couldn't figure out how we got even in the room, let alone jumping on top of him. And we were jumping. He was like a trampoline. And I've seen a lot of things in my life. I have been through a lot of things. I never, ever have seen anything so dark and so large in my entire life. I still have nightmares about it, coming to get me, taking me away to wherever it wants to take me.
Was it indoors or outdoors?
Indoors.
Oh, indoors.
Indoors. This was indoors.
Indoors.
Any color eyes? Were they red, orange, blue, green?
No.
Just a black shade.
Just
Was it thick?
a black blob, but it was huge. Think of
Creepy.
perfect example. Y'all know the movie. It as you know, Who You Gonna Call? I'm not gonna say it because I'm not gonna get copyrighted. The theme song. Okay, you know the big white fluffy dude from one of those movies. Yeah, it was like that, but black.
Okay.
But there was no.
Fun.
Yeah, it was just it was just a big black blob shape though. There was no, no detail, no nothing else, just solid, as dark black as you can see, black.
Well, let me say this. Earlier you said it was as big as a room. How big of a room were y'all in?
Well, I'm tiny, so anything to me is extremely huge.
I mean, square footage.
I have no idea. I'm a girl. I don't measure the room. I just throw the furniture in it.
Take a guess.
I don't know.
Have you been in this room during daylight hours?
Yeah,
Yes.
I went back. The room is probably, I'm going to say 15 by 20.
All right.
Okay.
Let's just put it this way. This is the only personal information y'all will find about me. I'm so tiny, you can stuff myself in a regular size tote that you put your storage stuff in.
Now I know how to get her on a plane.
I'm tiny.
I knew it.
So anything to me is overly large.
So,
Hey, I need, since a lot of y'all just come in or had come in, if y'all will, we're trying to fill up this room tonight, see how many people we can get in here. If y'all go to y'all social media page, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, all that stuff, and blob chat, whatever the hell it's called, email, Xmail, and let all your friends know we're on here. If y'all if they've got a question they always wanted to know, or they just want to tell a story, tell them to come on in.
Will do.
Yep.
But I said, look, them girls were terrified. I'm talking about that they were bad. I'm talking about it took me about 3 hours to calm them down, to get comprehensible knowledge out of them, what the hell they'd been doing, what was going on, and who or what was chasing them.
However, when we went back to cleanse the space and area and everything like that, that's when we took Vault back with us, and me and Bug both had to do a cleansing on it, a thorough cleansing. But I will say, like I said, I've seen a lot of things. I've done a lot of things, some stupid, some not. Hey, we all have those moments. But honestly, I have never seen nothing so large as what I've seen.
And to add to their credibility, now I did not see anything that night there, but doors did lock doors. When I say lock doors, you walk up, shake it, you know, the knob don't turn, door don't open. Doors were opening up by themselves.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
That's a U-turn moment, man. Fuck that.
Well, I'm talking about, I went in this building 3 different times and swept this building and made sure there was nobody in this building. There was nobody in this building but us. And then doors started opening, so I made everybody go back outside, climb in the beast, and I swept it again. I did it 3 times.
Crazy.
While I was in there by myself, doors would open.
Oh, boss man, me and Bug forgot to add too. During the time that this happening, and the next day when we took you back during the daylight hours and was cleansing and stuff, do you remember the pings on the windows?
Yes, it sounded like someone was standing outside the window with a, you know how you got a metal ring on your finger and you bump up against a window? That's what it sounded like. But the thing is, it didn't sound like it was coming from outside. It sounded like it was coming from in the building. And like I said, and like I said, when I say there was nobody, but I know of twice when I swept that building, there was nobody in the building but me.
Bye, Felicia.
Well, like I said, I'm sorry, I think somebody was talking, but I barely could hear him.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him.
I could barely hear him.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. I'm sorry, LAKAYA. What was more frightening? Your seeing a dog man, or that experience you just told us about?
Well, in all honesty, I would have to say the big black shadow thing. And that's only because I can sit here all day long and try to rationalize a dog man encounter. Dog man, I swear I hate that term. Y'all, I'm going to change that term.
Dog person.
I'm telling you, I hate it.
Dog creature.
But I can rationalize that all day long and say, oh, maybe it was a mutated dog, which I know it's not. I know what I experienced. But in that moment, I at least had something between me and said creature. With this thing, there was nothing between us but air and opportunity.
Oh, okay. All right. I got you. Okay. All right.
Hey, you know, maybe Fido got into some radioactive waste in the backyard there. And...
yeah, I just decided to, you know, and whatever happened, changed it.
Just gonna go for a stroll in the woods, and he got somewhat mutated by it.
Well, like I said, like I said, doors kept opening into place on me when I was in there by myself. And you ever walk into an area and you just feel that heavy feel, that the air is just thick?
Yeah.
That's the way this whole place was. Now, when they cleansed it, you could feel the pressure. You could walk from where they were working and cleansing into an area where they hadn't, and you could feel the pressure change.
Like just the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, just the atmosphere. Like I said, I don't know what this was. I don't know what made it come there, what drawed it there, whatever. But like I said, there was something there. I can't tell you what it was or why it was there or what it was doing. But now I couldn't get it to manifest itself to me. But like I said, it scared the teetotal shit out of the girls.
It scared us so bad that the area we were in, if you walked on up, or we ran on up at the time, there was another room, another little area, and we literally ran in there, locked the door, locked ourselves in the building, and literally Bug, who is a witch, of course, y'all know I am, so of course she must be too, decided to grab the Morgan statue we had and hold on to it so Morgan could protect her because we were terrified. And her thought was that if the statue didn't protect her, she could at least swing it.
If it's human, yes, we can hit it. If not,
hey, double protection. Always good.
Y'all
exactly.
Y'all see what kind of women I surround myself with.
Fun kind.
Oh yeah.
Violent.
The power of Morgan compels you.
If not, my fist.
Or her statue.
Yeah. And if spiritual don't work, physical might.
And
that's true.
But like I said, that was like I said, that happened what, a month ago, y'all? A month and a half?
Yeah, I would say a month and a half ago.
I said that was a real recent one.
What did you feel it was demonic, or it was just trying to get you out of the area?
Did you hear that, LAKAYA?
Did you feel it was demonic, or just trying to like spook you guys out of the area?
Well, how can I say this and not sound so judgmental? I don't necessarily believe in demons. Let me just put it that way. It's not part of my faith. However, I'm not saying they cannot exist, but for somebody like me that doesn't necessarily have them part of my faith, I couldn't tell you if it was demonic or not because I don't have any idea.
Now, for the people that don't understand that, she's used to dealing with things that are much worse than a demon, and yes, there's things out there much worse than a demon.
That's possible.
Yeah, that's hostile.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, that's
I believe that there's
terrible.
things that's been here longer than demons.
Like a benevolent creature is not a demon. It was never of this world or walked this earth, so you can't just pray and get rid of it. That doesn't work.
So it's kind of like a alien's ghost or something like that.
Oh no, it's
Galactics are a totally another conversation.
Galactic.
Outer space, man.
Oh, hold on. Can we get more into that? What's this?
What, we want to do aliens?
Oh, aliens are the bomb. There's so many, there's so many different galactic species out there that people could have evolved from. I mean, it's amazing. You just have to do a little research and pick out, the crap and people that are in basements with hot pockets and start getting to the real truth about stuff.
oh shit. DW, we have corrupted her.
All right, enough said.
Hey, just one thing to say. Please do not knock the hot pockets. Those are some of the finest delicacies
yeah, I'm
ever.
gonna have to agree with them on that. You know what? Hot pockets.
Oh no, don't knock the hot pockets. I just knocked the person in the basement with the werewolf chasing them with the hot pockets. That's all.
Oh, yeah, I got a point there.
That's all.
Hey, still wondering what a boob feels like.
Hey,
One day before he dies, he will touch one.
Hey, do y'all want to hear I know we're all about paranormal and stuff, but I have a really, really funny story to tell that what happened in, let's say, a witch's circle one night. Anybody want to hear that? Answer me in the chat section.
Hold on.
I mean,
hold on just a second. Is this the one? Are you gonna tell the part what I did?
No, I'm gonna tell about Absol.
No. You gotta tell the part when he did that. What I did. If you're gonna tell the thing, you gotta tell the whole thing.
I'll try. You may have to fix some of it.
Okay, y'all go ahead. Now this is how you weed out people that are what we call ignorant and fluffy. And this is the way I do it. This is the way they do it. This is the way I do it. Y'all go ahead, Lakaya.
All right. We were in a group setting one night, and there was a gentleman present who was having a lot of negative things happen in his life and negative issues. And, you know, his mom kicked him out. He lost his job, has no girlfriend, etc., etc.
It even thought that he might want to commit suicide.
Whoa, what I missed?
That's never the answer. Right there, that's never the answer.
You need to listen to my words. He thought he wanted to commit suicide.
What in the hell did I miss?
Well,
go ahead, Lakaya.
He thought he had something attached to him or was possessed by something. At
Wait,
first,
how old is
he was in his 20s.
Okay, so it's not puberty. Okay, go on.
No.
He was
And at first was he thought something had attached itself to him. He had not been doing very positive things in his life. And then when a couple other people in group, let's say, were questioning him, he said he thought he was possessed. He walks in with this box, and it come from a very popular game, and everybody nicknamed it Pandora's Box, even though we know originally Pandora had a jar. Anyway, and so we decided just to hold ritual one night, and he was there. And one of the ladies present got the brightest idea that she was going to exorcise him.
We're calling this bluff now, by the way, because nobody believes what he's saying.
And it wasn't that he was not believable. It was just the way he was acting, the way he was carrying himself. It was like a big joke to him.
The way he was carrying the box.
Well, no, it was just the way he acted. You know, he's all cheery and cracking jokes. If you're possessed,
Hey guys, I'm possessed.
Yeah, basically.
That's literally it.
Hot damn.
Go ahead.
And so she puts the box in the middle of the table, sits on one side, the gentleman sits on the other side, and then there is, hold on, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us surrounding him in a ring against the wall. And we casted a circle to keep everything either contained in or everything else contained out. And she proceeds to start, and she starts asking questions. You know, I call you forth this name and this and this and that. Tell me your name. And he starts growling.
No,
and me and 2 other people that were amongst the wall looked at each other like, what in the hell? And so she reaches out and go ahead.
Now I'm across the other side of the room on the other side of the table. I'm at the end of the table. Think about the tables you eat lunch at in school. He's in the middle of it, and there's a girl across from him, and now I'm on the end of it because he just ain't acting right. But anyway, go ahead, Lakaya.
Oh yeah, he's growling.
Well,
so yes, he went from growling. It gets worse, and then it gets really funny. She reaches out and grabs his hands and says, I command you now, tell me your name. He starts growling even louder and drooling, spitting, him hawing. Now the person, it was a gentleman over to my left that decides, no, something's not right. So he starts proceeding and walking forward to stand behind the gentleman sitting at the table, who's growling and spitting and whatever. And he was honestly fisting to deck him out of the chair. I thought he had just had enough. He was fisting to just knock him out of the chair. This was crazy.
Now tell him what name.
Finally, she says one more time, I command you in all thing and everything positive. What is your damn name? And the guy says, Absol.
Now, to people that don't know, Absol is a Pokemon's name.
Yeah.
Wow. Just
When I hear this, I've done got upset. Now, when I get upset, it's not like what most people get.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
So we
how
wouldn't.
stupid is he?
Oh,
We were
no.
not exercising demons that night. We were exercising Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I've done got the other guy that's done walked up behind him. He cracks up laughing and turns around and walks off. Well, I've done got.
I'm not taking this guy seriously.
Yeah, I've done got upset. So I just reach behind me and pop my clip out, and I pop around off into my clip. Stick my clip back in. I walk up to the table. I said, "Nah, that's not your name." I said, "But you got one more chance." Now I'm asking the questions. What's your name? And I said, and then the next time I ask, it'll be with this. And I dropped the round on the table. That fucker's eyes got as big as coffee cups. Needless to say,
fun stops here.
Needless to say, he was no longer possessed.
I would imagine.
I'm telling y'all, that was the craziest. It was the funniest. I laughed about it. It took me a couple days to really let it sink in and really, really have a fun laugh at it. But I'm going to be all honest with y'all. Y'all know how I roll. I don't play when it comes to anybody that is having a suicidal thought or even mentions it. I don't play like that. Let me get you some help. I will be your friend. I will go anywhere you need to go with you. Let's go to the hospital, wherever. You don't play like that. I also don't play with people saying they are possessed. I have seen possessions.
Yeah, so
they are not fun. They are not great. It is a horrible thing to witness, let alone thinking of the person that is possessed. But to put a Pokemon into a possession case in the middle of a witch's circle is the stupidest thing I've ever heard or seen.
Let's put it this way. He pissed off enough people that night that he wishes that he was possessed, because after that he lost he lost his job, he lost his girlfriend, he lost his home. I ain't seen him in a while either. So he might have lost more than that. But that was just when you got people that are truly trying to help you, but you're wanting to be a doofus dickhead and try to play somebody. Like I said, you don't realize that's just like when you call somebody up. You don't realize who's on the other end of that phone if you don't know them, and you start talking crazy to them. How crazy they can get. But like I said, when I dropped that round on the table, you know that saying the picture was priceless. Like I said, the only thing is light in this room now is candlelight. His eyes got so big it looked like you turned on the light. Because he realized then, oh shit, I have fucked up, because I'm not playing no more. If you know me, when you see me, and like I said, I get serious, you know I'm serious. Like I said, this boy here had done. We had other things we could have been doing besides playing with the damn Pokemon.
Vamp said, Vamp asked, what was his point of doing all that? Girl, to be honest, I have no idea, except for, I guess, attention, and he wasn't getting enough from mama. I don't know.
But he got the
right.
He probably just wanted to fuck with some people one night, and
He had 8 people. He had 8 people pretty pissed off because we all played Pokemon. I'm not gonna lie.
I wanted to catch him.
You know,
gotta catch them all.
Hey, and the other thing is, there was another guy in the room that was armed, but he didn't need to be armed. He's one of my friends we call Tank. DW can tell you about him. He got the name Tank because that's what he fucking looks like. Y'all ever seen the old Hulk movies? That's what he looks like.
Huh.
And like I said, look, he bodybuilds because it's fun. He's an ex-contractor. If he's not out working somewhere, he's in the gym because that's what he would rather spend time at the gym than be with his girlfriend.
I'm gonna remain commentless on that.
Well, like I said, dog, this dude right here is he ain't got, you know, that guy you see on the gym commercial, on the GMC commercial, the big muscular guy. Think of that, and then put an M60 in his hand or something. That's Tank.
I can attest to that. I've seen him before.
My
Yeah.
only comment is, wow.
And like I said,
Kinda scary.
he thought it would be. This is how stupid this boy was. He thought it would be fun to piss people off like that. Or he thought that we wouldn't catch on to what he was doing. But like I said, if you've done this stuff and been around it, the true stuff, you can tell when somebody's bull crapping you and when they're not. But that's what I'm talking about. People do stupid things and don't realize it. Like Fish, one of the guys that was on one of mine and DW show, I don't remember if it was DW's or mine. There was these kids that went out into, he's a forest ranger. There was these kids, they found a couple 13-year-old kids a couple weeks ago or a week ago out in the woods that thought it would be a good idea to go out there and start banging around, hooping and hollering, trying to call a Bigfoot.
Dude. That's never a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we got 52 people watching. Y'all in the chat. Come on, we want to get up above 60. Y'all go share this live chat right now. Let's get up above 60.
Yeah, we want to see how many people we can jam into this room. I couldn't believe we got that many people in the call. I didn't think he'd let that many people in.
Yeah, I think Grim tried to get in, but it was full.
Yeah, I think we're at max limit.
I think he was having issues earlier, and somehow it bumped. Hey, there was two other guys in there earlier. We found this out. If you just sit idle in here and don't talk or don't do nothing, it will boot you.
Yeah, you get bumped.
Yep.
Yeah,
I didn't know it. I didn't know it would do that.
The band hammer.
Hey, I got a story.
Come on with it.
All right.
Okay, so a little backstory on this. Me and my family, we have I used to say that we're kind of sensitive, but not, kind of. We have that, we're a little more in tune on that side. So, one night I was laying in my bed in the middle of the night. I'm laying there, I'm asleep, and I wake up for some reason. I look over. So, like, my bed's up against the wall. Like the width of the room. So I'm laying there, and I look over. I see this big, tall, like, shadow type thing. And I'm sitting there, like, I'm paralyzed with fear. I can't move. And I'm sitting there scared and all that kind of stuff. And finally, it kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. It kind of like dissipates away, and finally I'm able to move. But I ran away into the living room because, I want to get out of that room. And I start doing prayers, because I believe in God and Jesus Christ and all that. So I start doing prayers, and I haven't seen it in the house ever since then. But I have seen it like out on my land before. I have seen it on my land again.
So just a shadowy figure that hangs out on your property?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, because I'll go out like at night to go feed my rabbits that I have for show, and I'll see it out kind of in like the tree line and all that, and it's kind of scary.
You see the rabbits act up when you see it?
Yeah, they start running around more and all that kind of, and I'll let my dog go out there with me, and she'll go running around too. She'll run away from that area. Hey, it hasn't come in the house ever since I said those prayers and all that. So, it's one of those things.
I have a question.
Yeah.
This is a question for LAKAYA. What do you think about people's dreams? How, when, like, let's say you're in a dream state and you can actually kind of feel what's going on in your dream. Do you think that your subconscious is transferred into that dream?
Lucid dreaming?
That's what I was just going to say. That sounds like lucid dreaming to me. A lot of people have to really, really honestly practice to even have a smidge attempt at lucid dreaming. Some people can also astral project right off the bat, while others it takes forever and a day to learn how to do. But usually, when you can take control of a dream, take control of a setting, you could control what's happening. You could make choices in your dream. That's usually considered lucid dreaming.
Yeah, pretty much you take the dream where it needs to go. Or where
Yeah,
you
or
want
you can, or if you don't like it, you can change it.
So with the lucid dream, what if you wake up like you're having a lucid dream, then you wake up in like a cold sweat, and when you snap out of it, like, yo, did I really just experience that, or like,
Well, usually
like,
with lucid dreams, you know
kind
you're
of
having
like
them.
feel it, if you know what I'm saying?
Well, then that's something like sleep paralysis.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, what he's talking about seems like sleep paralysis, though.
So when you wake up, you can't. That's when you wake up and you can't move your body or anything like that, right?
Well, and you might see whatever was in your dream.
No.
No, not with the
Like a night terror?
But,
I thought that was sleep paralysis.
you get to the point something
That'd be
in
night
your
terror?
dream where you just snap out of it. You're like, what the hell was that? Like, and you can kind of feel it. Like, you can feel it in your bones. Like,
Sounds
did
like
I really
sleep
just
paralysis.
experience that? What
I think I get what you're saying. I think you lucid dreamed, and then I guess maybe you woke yourself up, and then you woke up in a cold sweat or something like that because like bang, like that, just instant, like whoa.
Like
Well, I
something
think-
happens, and you just snap right out of it.
I think what he was trying to say is like, I've personally woke up and I've never been shot, but I've had dreams where I was lucid dreaming and got shot and woke up and had the sensation of what I think getting shot feels like. And I think that's what he's trying to say, where you're dreaming and then you snap out of it thinking the dream is
That's not
real.
lucid dreaming though. You're just
Yeah.
dreaming, and then you got shot. Then you woke up and you feel pain or whatever the hell. Yeah.
That's what I think he's just trying to get at.
I've had dreams like that before about being shot and feeling the actual pain of what I think it would feel like to be shot.
Yeah.
DW still in here?
I don't know. I haven't heard him.
I don't think he is.
I don't think
All
he
I
is.
got to say to that is this: if you were to ask me, I'm no expert or anything, but your brain is a very powerful thing.
Yeah, most of the times, human only use anywhere from 12 to 15%. What's in that other 80 to 85%?
That's it. But when you have that dream or something like that, when you get shot, whatever, when you wake up, that's your brain. Like that's just that.
Well, I have to say on that 15%, I don't think people use 1% of their brain sometimes.
That's neither here or there, but I understand what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll be right back, boys.
Mitchell, are you in here? Mitchell.
Vault, if they just listening at the back door and they're not saying nothing online, start booting.
You want a story or two?
I can't. Are you talking, Mitchell?
This is Brandon.
Okay. Well,
You want a story or two? Can you hear me?
I can hear somebody.
Can you hear me clear?
But barely.
I don't know who's talking.
I can't hear him.
Now, can you hear me better?
There we
Yeah,
go.
I can hear you better. I don't know what you're doing, man. Keep it like that because the other way you can't nobody hear you.
I unplugged my headset.
Okay. I think you got a bad headset.
Yeah. I've got one ghost story, or I got a few Bigfoot there.
All right. Well, come on with it.
Which one you want?
Start with a Bigfoot.
Pick one.
Well, I've got a few there with the Bigfoot.
Let's go with that then.
Well, I run into we bought a house years ago, and this is a subject I never was. I thought there would be. I was open to it, but I wasn't locked down. Well, we bought this house. I got married and had a kid, and we just started having weird stuff happening through the night. Tapping on windows and a slap on the house. That's the only thing I could concern it to, was a slap. It just sounded just a hard,
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
hard impact. But you go outside, look for damage, and there, no damage, nothing to the side, or but the impact felt like a car hitting the house. But these things went on for months, and just didn't know what to make of it, and was kind of being ignorant and ignoring it. But and looking back, I was particular about the food. If we had leftover food, I'd take it out. And we had one dog, a little beagle, but what he wouldn't eat, I'd throw the rest out for all the other animals. Now I know what that was causing, but sometimes I was throwing a good bit of food out, a good amount. But this went on forever, and little things happen here and there. Well, one day at work, my woman called me, and she had told me, look, I pulled in the driveway. She's also
we lost him.
I'm sorry, I was doing something else. What happened, y'all?
Did you accidentally boot him?
I was doing something on my phone. I wasn't even looking at the touching the computer.
Yeah, I think he just got kicked.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like I said, I was on my phone with DW. DW, he can't get for some reason he can't get no service in his house. He's like, dude, it's too cold to stand outside. And I was texting him on the phone and listening to him, and all of a sudden I heard.
Well, I was going to ask him, was he like really tired or sleepy, or touched a little recreational usage, or I was just wondering because I was about to fall asleep, but I want to hear what he said. I wanted to hear the end of it.
I think he did something. I don't think it was on this end. I think he did something.
He might have.
Maybe he was like laying in bed or something and accidentally hit like the end call button.
Maybe.
Yeah. I have no. Like I said, I was texting DW, and like I said, I heard through my headset, and I'm like, "What the fuck is that?" And I look up, and it's dude's picture still there, but he ain't talking.
Hey, dude, maybe you hit the mute button. Hello, unmute yourself if you could hear us.
His picture's gone now, but I'm talking about it took it a while for it to. That's why I said I think it was on his end. It wasn't my end.
Fish said in the chat, maybe his device died. It might have cut off on him.
I don't know. I don't even know who the fuck that was talking. There's so many people.
Brandon is who it was, but his picture didn't change for me either. So at first I couldn't tell who it was.
Does I have the names for y'all?
Sometimes it just like there's two people in here. It's just got blank screens, and I have to roll over.
I see 3, but I ain't refreshed in a while. So
yeah, I have to roll over. Well, so you still selling this picture then? Brandon.
He said no. He got kicked off, and it won't let him back in.
He don't look at me, dude. I wasn't touching it.
Vault, it's all your fault, damn it.
Fuck it.
I wanted to hear the end of that story.
Well, tell him he better get another account and then come back in, because I don't know how to undo what he done.
Hold on. I want to know something. This is like several times this has happened. And I do understand they can be booted, because I was telling you earlier, boot these people that are just sitting here not chatting every once in a while. But I'm wondering if when it's full and other people are clicking the link trying to rejoin, if it's not kicking others out.
It may be. Like I said, I don't know. And I said, for somebody to get booted, I don't know how to get them fucking back in here.
He said his hands wasn't on his device, so that's like my other 2 accounts. I couldn't get back in at all earlier. I've done made 1,000 accounts tonight trying to get on live stream, and only one of them worked.
Hold on, I'm looking in the Google Hangout chat thing, and it says Brandon Clark left. It says he left on my end. It says he left it.
Huh.
It says Brandon Clark left the group.
Is there a time limit on it?
Look, I put it in chat. That I don't know. This is what it said. Hey, this is what it says on my end. So I'll show y'all that it ain't me.
Somebody said once they're booted off for 24 hours and can't rejoin back in. Is what it is.
Well, I didn't do it. You see right there where Brandon Clark left the chat.
Yeah, left group chat. That means it happened on his end. I see it.
I'm telling you, it ain't me.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, Vault.
Oh, sorry. You probably had a disconnection or something.
I don't know. Well, I said it wasn't me.
Net loss or something, or
Yeah, probably the internet cut out for a second.
Yep.
yo, Brandon, type the end of your story in the chat. I really want to hear it.
Yeah, because like I said, I was texting at EW and wasn't even looking at the damn computer. And my mouse is way the hell over yonder.
Oh man.
So
hey, boss man.
Yes.
Are we gonna try to go live New Year's Eve?
Oh yes, ma'am. We're gonna have
All
fun
right.
New Year's Eve.
Brandon, come back on here New Year's Eve and finish your story. I want to hear it. That'll be a 24-hour period. We'll be over with. Come back on, finish your story.
If he's not busy.
Yeah.
Well, that's his chance. Sorry.
Well, what y'all spending on UFOs?
UFOs?
Yeah.
There has to be aliens out there.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I think we had this discussion last time I was on.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a different discussion. We spent like 3 hours on this other night.
You want to hear what I saw last week about the same time last week?
Hold on. We talked long enough on this that somebody had a few too many beers.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm not gonna say no names or paste any names, but
I'll admit it.
Wait. Hey, boss man, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I was trying to read what Brandon said. Something is your Google verification tells me I'm not a loudification code. What?
Verification code?
I've never seen that.
Well, that ain't me. I can tell you that now. Don't get me to. I have no idea.
Government's watching. Just remember that.
Dude, I pasted what it said in chat just a minute ago. Look, I pasted again. That's what it told me. Brandon Clark left the chat group. I don't.
He said he's not allowed in. Okay, Brandon, it's just going to take 24 hours. Give it a 24 hours, and then next time we're on live and you're available, hop back on with us, please. Finish your story. I'd love to hear the end of it. I was all up into it. And Vampy, by the way, boss, said she won't jump on the chat on New Year's Eve because she may be very tipsy. No, Vampy,
no, come on here. No,
fun. Come on. Yeah, that's when it's going to be fun. So come on.
Last time I was on here, fuck.
Hey,
I was off my rocker.
Vamp, as long as you keep your clothes on, you can talk.
Yep. And civil.
Yeah.
No. She could even take her clothes off. You just can't turn your cam on, honey.
All right.
Oh, now you're gonna tease everybody.
Exactly.
Hey,
Vampy, I'll send you a private one for that.
You so silly. You so silly. I'm telling you what though. I may just have to relax a little bit. Y'all know how I am in chat. I may just have to relax a little bit on New Year's Eve because if I've got to be on here live and I know it's going to go up, I don't think I could get too wild.
What did you say at the end? Because you cut out.
Wow.
Can't get too wild.
Can't get too wild.
Lakaya's phone died, so she's not in it anymore.
Oh.
Well, that's game.
Hold on, y'all. As many damn plugins is in there, and I know there's about 5 freaking chargers.
That sounds like no excuse.
It's plugged up actually. It just decided to die.
Okay, see that, and I guess I did that too.
It's all your fault, Vault.
I was going to say.
Yep, way to go.
Well,
but also
like,
to you, Vault. If you want to touch on that UFO subject again, I don't mind if you want to do it briefly.
The UFO thing just
Do we come to an? I think we came to an agreement that night, didn't we?
yeah. There's aliens
Well, I
out
was just
there.
gonna tell you what I saw.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. You tell us what you saw.
Well, I was down in, I guess, mid part of Mississippi with a friend's house. We were going hunting the next morning, but we were trying to shoot some beavers. And we were sitting out there and we were talking about it. Just so happened that UFOs came up, and about that time we stopped talking about it. Over the tree line, crystal clear night, beautiful, no lights, no near city lights whatsoever. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And this light, it's like red lights on the outside and like 2 orange lights on the inside. Plane, a low flying plane off in the distance. Well, I'm like, he goes, well, there's something weird right there. Turn, look at it. I'm like, nah, that's a plane. Turn.
Did he fucking leave too?
Holy fuck.
Said something about
No, it just
muted.
muted me. It just said somebody muted me.
Nah, dude, now my hands are nowhere near the computer.
No, it said somebody else. Tekka or something. Toka.
Who the hell? How the hell can they mute you and it's my damn stream?
They muted me. Like, they muted me on my side. It showed like I hit the button and muted it.
All right.
Huh.
Where was I?
The green light, the green-orange light, flying closer, like, nah, it's a plane, then you're about to get back to what you're doing.
Red and orange. Red and orange.
Red
on
orange,
the outside, orange. I turn around and he says, it just went out. Well, and he goes, it just reappeared. I turned back around like, no, that's a plane. It just disappeared behind the tree. And about the time I said that, you know how older TVs, the older box TVs, when you cut them off, the light will fade out?
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's a black screen, like a light will fade out.
Yeah.
It does that number for about a split second and then fades back up the same way. Not disappeared, faded out and faded back in. It was freaking awesome. And then it disappeared behind the tree line.
Okay. Now since you told me your story, now I got to interview you. Now don't get upset and don't get discouraged and don't run away when I start asking questions.
This not lying, you got nothing to hide.
Yeah, well,
Hey, boss man.
Yes.
Boss man.
Yes.
We got other technical difficulties. Yes, I took over Bug's phone. Ha ha ha, everyone. Now nothing in the room we're in is charging.
Sounds like you got an electrical problem.
It can't be. Everything's on its own.
It's going on and off, on and off, on and off. Look, I don't know who put the bad juju this way, but I will tell you right now. Return to sender. I return all negativity, anything not positive, back on you.
All right.
So shall it be?
Okay. Y'all hold that thought. Y'all talk amongst yourself. Let me go see what the hell they tore up.
All right, doors.
What's going on, guys? Just making sure you can still hear Bass Mayhem.
Yeah, you're a little quiet.
All right. So back to this UFO thing. What's the strangest things you guys ever seen with lights in the sky?
Me personally? It was a couple years back. It was on my birthday, and I was shooting the shit with my cousin in her driveway, and I don't know what the hell happened. I just so happened to look up to the sky, and it looked like a meteor falling or something entering the atmosphere. It had an orange glow to it, and it was burning up and shit like that, and it was coming in. I was like, oh, that's weird. And I think her boyfriend at the time was there. I was like, yeah, man, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm like, yeah. And we're just watching it. We're watching it, and then as soon as it enters what it looks like, it enters the atmosphere. The fire went out. And we saw this big black disc just go straight across the sky. That was probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in terms of lights in the sky.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy.
Sorry about that.
But do I think it's an alien? No.
Well, when you say UFO, it's unidentified flying object.
That's it. That doesn't mean it's extraterrestrial. It just means I can't identify what the hell it was.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't mean, okay, yeah, there's beings from 5 light years away coming here to monitor. I'm sorry, watch us.
Yeah.
No, it's just like I don't know. When you say the word UFO, a lot of people like give you that look
Associate
like,
it with aliens, and UFO just means you don't know what the hell it was at the time. Could have been a bird, could have been a plane, could have been a meteor, could have been anything.
Could have been Superman, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The birds playing with Superman.
Yeah. Could have been Superman with a bird.
Or a plane.
Or a plane.
Yep.
That's why I try to tell people, just because I say UFO doesn't mean an actual alien.
I don't mean little green men.
It could be a comet. It could be I don't know, somebody shooting off fireworks or something like that just didn't explode.
Or even fucking some stupid government project that didn't tell anybody about.
I was going to say government. I've seen 3. They all look government to me.
That's it, right? That's usually the first thing I think of when I see some dumb shit like that. It's like, all right, what are these guys doing now?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. For the last like 8 years straight, I've seen at least 2 to 3 UFOs. The craziest one I've seen, I walked out on my back porch, and I was like, just look up. And when I looked up, like, you ever see the movie Predator?
Yeah.
All right. It was like that. It was like
translucent.
When I was bending the light, like it was like a manta ray shape, but it was bending the light. Like you can see the starlight and everything behind it, but
just give me just one more second, y'all. These
take
girls,
your time, brother.
These girls chipped a circuit.
I'm sorry.
Oh wow.
Figured that.
Sorry.
All right, sorry, Bass. Continue.
No problem. But it was like bending the light. It was like so high up. I walked out on my back porch to smoke a cigarette. I'm like, all right. I got the sudden urge to look up. So I looked up, and what I seen, it was like cloaking. But it was like a manta ray, but it was bending the light. You could still see the starlight behind it, but like it was kind of like the predator type shit. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, like it freaked me out. I'm like, what the hell am I looking
Well,
at?
yeah, that tripped me the fuck out too, man. I just wanted a cigarette.
Yeah. Then there was another instance. I'm working at the original site of Woodstock. So I'm walking up the path to get back to my car, and all of a sudden it's I want to say 3/4 moon. I see an orange amber light, like going from right to left. I'm like, all right. Then it stops and starts shimmering. I'm like, what the hell is that? All right, nothing. I'm going home. It's 2:00 in the morning. I'm going home. Just worked the concert. And I get back to work the next day, and I asked one of the ladies that I'm working with, yo, did you see that last night? She's like, yeah. What the hell was that? I'm like, tell me, you seen that? Yeah, that shit was hovering from right to left and stopped. And like that's all I got.
Did that shimmering shit. Yeah, well, you know.
I'm in upstate New York, Sullivan County. I'm about 20 minutes away from Pine Bush. If you look up Pine Bush on the internet, YouTube and whatnot, you will find all over the place.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I got that fixed. Then I had to get some go-go juice too.
Attaboy.
Coffee, I see. Okay.
Oh yeah, dude, I should have stock in coffee.
How many cups you on right now?
Regular cups or my cups?
Your cups.
Go big or go home.
Yeah, I got those big Yetis. I've had 6 Yetis since we've been on the line.
Ooh, fun.
Yetis?
Coffee.
Yeah.
How you not just jittering right now?
Dude, I drink probably 9 or 10 pots of coffee a day.
Caffeine immunity.
Yep,
Yeah.
immunity.
Yeah, I can lay down 10 minutes from now and go smooth to sleep for about an hour or two. I wake up and do whatever I need to do, and when I get tired, I have to lay down and go back to sleep again.
Dang, I wish I could do that.
But no,
I'm not gonna lie, I can't stand the smell of coffee.
See,
I love the smell of coffee.
See, I love the smell, but I hate the taste.
Bad experience.
It's because you're drinking bad coffee.
That's it.
Yep.
You're not drinking the right stuff.
And also, if you're drinking it in plastic, metal, it needs to be good coffee needs to be drank out like my Yeti containers. They got a like a coffee cup's made out of on the inside. The lining, the
ceramic.
Yeah, ceramic. It needs to be ceramic.
So
Hey, boss.
Yes.
What is it?
We're gonna play a drinking game on a New Year's Eve.
Oh shit. Okay.
Every time Vault cusses, everybody has to take a sip on their drink.
Y'all gonna be some drunk motherfuckers quick.
Somebody's gotta get me some alcohol. I'm under 21. Somebody's gotta get me some alcohol.
No alcohol for you. No, we do not promote underage drinking.
You
I
can
didn't
help
say you had to promote it.
Hey, you can be like me. I'm way the hell over 21. I'm probably I'm way above it. I ain't gonna tell you how many times, but I'm way above it. I don't drink.
Vamp says every time Vault goes left, that's 2 shots everybody has to take.
Y'all really gonna get fucked up.
Alcohol poisoning right there.
I'm 32 years old. I'm down with you. Let's do it.
Well, hang on. Let's before we go on to another question, let's jump back to Bass here with his light in the sky.
Yeah. I want to get back to that because I had a couple questions. Because a few things.
Oh, that was James, I think. The guy with the dog.
No, that it was me.
Oh, that was you. Sorry, buddy.
All right, you said y'all were out there when y'all
Yeah.
seen the lights. The first thing that caught my attention, you said y'all were hunting, right?
Yeah, we're beaver
Y'all
hunting.
beaver hunting.
Uh,
All right, now, what kind of gun are you using?
he was using a 22 mag.
22 mag, scope or no scope?
Scope.
What kind of light are you using?
Huh?
What kind of light are you using?
A weak one. It wasn't the greatest. It's just some high dollar flashlight that my buddy had laying around. We didn't have a spotlight at the place.
Okay. Did you hear any sound?
With the craft? No.
Yeah. All right.
It was way off in the distance.
Okay. Now, another thing is, were y'all using ear protection, or did y'all have ear muffs or foamies in your ears or anything like that?
Not at the time. I had ear protection, but I didn't have it in at the time.
Okay. So you hadn't been, how many times you think he had shot before y'all seen this?
Probably 3 times.
3 times. And he didn't have any ear protection.
No, not that I was aware of.
Okay. And from the first shot to the last time he shot, and then y'all seen the lights, how much time had elapsed?
From the last time from the first time he shot was about, we went out there about 10:30. It was probably 11:30-ish when we saw it. So probably been 10-20 minutes before since we'd last shot, somewhere in that range.
All right. His hearing was cut tremendously because even with a 22, that many times shooting in that length of time, every time he takes a shot, you lose about 4 or 5 decibels of your hearing to the point where everything's ringing.
Yeah.
And if you had ear muffs on, that would account for you not hearing anything. And the lights that you're saying, is there an airport or anything like that nearby?
Columbus Air Base is probably, it's probably, I don't know, 30 miles away.
Okay.
Would be the closest big airport, and that's a military airport.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because what the lights you're saying, I think I know what you saw. They're called command lights. All right, when an aircraft is doing night maneuvers, they run with no lights on, especially with an Air Force base around there. They're probably doing training. What it is that plane can be 10 miles out. And what they do is they give, they call them meatballs, the different colored meatballs, the big lights that they got, and they're huge. They're probably 3 foot in diameter lights like you see on a ship. Sometimes sometimes they may be 18 inches, but let's say at the airport, they're going to have the really big ones. Like I said, what they'll do is they'll give that pilot codes. They're not going to break radio silence, and they're not going to turn any lights on that plane, because the plane is what you're going to target, not the base.
Yeah.
So that base is going to give it a aircraft codes, and each plane will have a color code, and you can't come into that base until your color code is called. So what you probably saw was the base. And the reason why it was fading in and out is because those are what they call arc lights. They're not like a light bulb like you have in your house. They actually put off an arc. So they get all. It's kind of like a fade in, fade out of how they do it. And see, if there's multiple planes up there, they ain't got but so many different colored lights. So what they'll do is they'll flash a code like 1, 2 of all the lights out there. Maybe plane 5 land or take off or whatever. But that's, to me, with all that around there, I would say without no sound, and because it was so far away, that's what I would suggest it was, especially the color lights.
Well, the lights were, I mean, this was 50 miles away, or not 50 miles, 5 miles, about 5 miles away, and it was moving. It was not sitting still. It was moving kind of towards us and to our left, which would have been west. The almost opposite way of the base. So,
hey, Vault, could you post the link in the comments again, see if LAKAYA can get back on?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So it wasn't like right over the top of us or anything. It wasn't close enough.
Yeah,
and it just wasn't aviation lights, and it was moving and it faded. So I've never seen that. So,
and that's the only time y'all ever saw it.
That was the only time we saw it all night. But they have seen. I know my buddy, the guy that I was hunting with, he'd seen several things in that area, and the people that live around there in the lady's place that we were staying at, they had seen several things around there. So I mean, like orbs, and he's seen a black UFO, triangle UFO twice.
Okay, well that kind of shoots my theory. Like I said, I don't mean for you to think I don't. But that's how I do an investigation, y'all. The first
that makes perfect sense.
I try to debunk what you saw from being anything other than something that can be, that's in the
rationally.
Yes, and then I go from there. If it falls out of that rationality, we'll work our way. If I go for a Bigfoot, ghost, demon, whatever, I don't automatically go in and say, okay, well, they got a demon. No, I go in and say, okay, what could these people be seeing that could rationally explain this? That way I can put their mind at ease or whatever. But like I said, if you go and look at I think you can pull it up on YouTube, the lights I'm talking about, especially on ships. Like I said, during wartime, you won't hear any communications between the ship and the plane. Everything is done by lights.
Okay.
Because if you send off a signal, there's no way you. Yeah, well, there's no way you can fix it where no one can pick it up. Even if you scramble it, they can still pick up that scrambled signal. It's just they got to have the technology and the sense to unscramble it. Once you put something out there in radio waves, you can't stop anybody from picking it up.
Well, if that's the case, tell me what you think this one may be. This was back in early February. There's a thunderstorm coming in over. My house is, the front is facing the east and the back is facing the west. And I stepped out. I was letting the dogs out, and the thunderstorm was fixing to roll in, like it was just coming over the treetop. And this floodlight. Now the helicopters from where I live and Camp Shelby down in Hattiesburg, they fly by my house all the time. The helicopters.
I know exactly where Camp Shelby is.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you off air where I'm at, but I'm not going to do that on air. But they fly by. hey, they fly by less than a mile by my house. You know, I can almost see the people. I wave at them every time. I'm sure they see me. Now, this light, this floodlight, comes out of this thunderstorm. Like it's foggy with the clouds. And right over the tree line, comes out of the thunderstorm, out of the clouds. Not a single sound. If it was a helicopter, it should have been within earshot by now. Well within earshot. And just cuts off, and that was the last thing I saw of it. Have any idea what that is?
I got a few ideas, but nothing I want to say on the air. But I'll tell you, it came from that base. Just put it this way: just because you can't hear a helicopter, don't mean it ain't there.
That's a good thing to know.
Especially in February, you're going to be what they call command. It's going to be a command central. That's for everybody. That means everybody's doing war games. Everybody's training.
Okay.
From February to early part of April is going to be everybody from the Navy to the Marine Corps. All of them are doing, and there's some technology out there that would blow people's mind if they only knew. Look at stealth chopper that nobody knew existed, that they had for years, that no one knew that existed until they went after Osama bin Laden.
Mm-hmm.
Which is reasonable because you want to keep your shit a secret.
Yeah, and
you don't want the enemy getting upper hand.
That's it, right?
Yeah, SR-71 still top speed, still classified.
Exactly.
All
Well, like
things, right? Loose lips sink ships.
I'm sorry.
Like I said, it could be something. I guarantee you, it was something from that base. They were either testing or they were out what they call spotting troops. If one of the things that they do, if you put troops out and they have to negotiate their way from wherever they were dropped off back to the base. If they're picked up by spotlight or picked up by other troops, that troop right there is basically out of the game.
Well, I don't live anywhere near the base. I live, but from the airport that's by me, in the where the
I know
the National Guard headquarters, one of the main headquarters in my area is. They fly by. There's no base. Camp Shelby's all the way down on the coast. I'm in the northeast part of the state, and Columbus is 60 miles away at least.
Hey, am I back?
So, I mean, there's no big military base
back.
around me.
You're back.
Woohoo!
Sounds like you're doing a joyride.
Yeah. Well, like I said, dude, I would be willing to bet, since you see them fly through there all the time, they were that. And look, pilots make mistakes too. You know how easy it is to flick the switch it on that damn halogen car light. I mean, shit, I can't remember the damn name of them lights on them choppers. All it is a button on the damn yoke.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Well, they see me now. Oh god.
It's right on the. It's right on the end of the yoke. All you got to do is put there so the pilot does not have to take his hands off the stick or the yoke to operate anything on that chopper. And I've seen a lot of them. Look, they used to have PAs on them, and they'll be talking, and all of a sudden they're broadcasting the PA out. You could hear it.
Whoops.
Hey Joe, want to go to the bar tonight?
And if y'all want to know how I know all this shit, it's because my dad my dad was a Marine. I'm a Marine Corps brat, so I've been all over the place on several different bases and seen shit that probably I wasn't supposed to see because I was sneaky.
Sneaking around the army base.
Yeah. Well, no, the Marine base.
Well, Marine. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what's in this
They
room.
wouldn't let jarheads on the army base. They're scared we'll tear something up.
Well, I might have to get with you offline because I want to figure out. I just got to know a little bit about how it flew out of a thunderstorm.
That, and they could have been testing some of that new not the Navy, but the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard has what do they call them? Hurricane planes and hurricane choppers.
Yeah,
and what they do is they fly into freaking storms. Shit that most people fly around or fly over, they fly into to test their equipment.
They don't care.
Well,
my grandfather was a hurricane hunter back in the Air Force. He'd fly into them and all that kind of stuff. He was the onboard mechanic, I think is what they called him, or something like that.
Yeah, that's some shit. That's some bullshit. You can't work on a fucking plane when it's in the air.
Well,
it's not the time
maybe
to bring
the
out
inside.
the screwdriver. I forgot
Well,
to
if
tighten
anything
that.
was messing up on the inside, then he could
Yeah.
fix it, like electrical and all that.
How would y'all like to see be on a plane and somebody come through there? I think I forgot to tighten that nut up.
They better
don't
have me
fly.
on board just in
So-
case.
But like I said, I ain't trying to say what you didn't see what you saw. That might not have been what I say. Like I said, that's just the way I do an investigation, and I ask crazy questions that most people would not think of.
Process of elimination. I understand
Well,
it.
like I said, the whole thing with the earmuffs and everything, I want to know about the sound. Because if you both had earmuffs on, of course, it could have been a mile away from you. You wouldn't have heard the sound. If y'all both didn't have earmuffs on, he's done shot 20 times. You're still not going to hear the sound if it's almost on top of you. Because, like I said, you lose about 6 decibels every time that round is fired because without ear protection, because you're steadily losing your hearing. And over time, it will stay gone.
Yeah, 22 magnums are relatively loud compared to normal 22 and all that.
Yeah, because it's a magnum round. It's extra powder being fired out of the same thing as it's just a longer casing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Better pressure. They are fun to shoot.
Well, if you take a 22 round and a 22 magnum round and set them on a table side by side, they're actually the same length. The thing is, on a 22 magnum, they lengthen the case and shorten the lid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they can put more powder, the magnum round.
Better velocity.
Yeah, exactly.
More power.
We need the more power, Scotty. But
we need more cowbell.
Oh, you talking to Mississippi State fan? I know about the cowbell.
Oh man, good Lord, State.
I may be young, but
no, wait a minute. You had me all the way up to there, so now I don't know how credible I can get you now since you're a State fan.
I don't do sports, so
I wasn't even doing
Whoa, whoa! Do I hear a rebel? Do I hear a hottie toddy over there?
I wasn't even talking about sports. I was talking about that. What is that thing called? It's a music thing. Like we need more
Yeah.
cowbell. Yeah. I wasn't even talking about sports.
You need to look up Mississippi State Stadium.
What is that? That's gonna bother me. I've heard that.
You'll figure it out.
Dude,
I think it was a comedy sketch.
Yeah, I think Saturday Night Live or something like that.
Yeah.
Somebody said something about a rebel. I was told I was that when I was a kid.
Rebel.
Yeah.
Well, obviously you're an SEC fan of some sort.
Well, no, I don't do sports. I'm with LAKAYA, and I've unless it's shooting, I've done. So I shot for several different major companies. I can't name them on here because, like I said, it's LAKAYA says I don't want to be. I don't want to get.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Confidential, no worries.
Yeah, well, like I said, I've shot anything from long gun, 3-gun, speed. The only thing I haven't done is cowboy shoot or skeet shoot. That's just boring as shit to me.
Yeah.
I've shot on some of the biggest military bases around because there's not anybody that is a Marine brat, Army brat, or Navy brat. You can ask them. There's not a whole lot to do on a base besides get in trouble or blow shit up.
Sounds like a great fucking time.
Well,
Air Force all the way.
And you can do those at the same time.
Well, yeah.
Hey, boss.
Yes, I didn't do it.
Bug just found my bag of coffee nut M&Ms. I'm telling y'all, M&M company, sponsor me. I will totally sell you some coffee nut M&Ms. I promise you, because I done ate 4 bags in a week.
Look, most people buy their M&Ms. Some people buy them in the little bitty bags by the register. Then you got the bigger bags down the other little main aisles. And then you got LAKAYA's bag, which comes in a 55-gallon drum.
Hey, now.
One of them.
Oh, that's not a bag. That's a drum.
No, it's got a bag inside the drum.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey,
sanitation.
Hey, send me one of them.
Like I said, I was talking earlier. I don't know if any of y'all heard. I went back out to Property X, and I think I have figured out there's at least 8 creatures out there.
8 critters?
Yep, I think there's 8 critters. I've seen them enough that I think I can identify 8 different ones. One of them is a small little fucker. He's a real small juvenile. He's about 4 to 5 foot tall. And like I said, I got snuck in. I had a hide built and was laying there, and I actually had almost fell a fucking sleep. And then I got to hearing something and started looking out, and about 100 yards away from me was this little dude out there just having himself a good time. You know how little kids sit on the floor and play with like Lincoln logs? He was out there with him some sticks. I didn't want to move to alert him, and I was looking at him through my naked eye, so I can't tell if he was laying them on top of each other or trying to make. He just had several little sticks, and he was just doing little random things with them. And that went on for for a good while until something did what I call the bionic whistle. It's kind of like it's a weird bird call. It don't sound nothing natural. And then
I've heard about that before.
Well, when he heard that, all of a sudden he jerks up and he gets real nervous looking, and I'm talking about he's looking around. I guess he realizes, hey, there's something bad here, but he can't see me because I still haven't moved. And all of a sudden he just turns around and takes off back towards where that whistle comes from. I guess that was the safest place to be because he couldn't figure out where the danger was, whether it was me or something else in the area. But I never did see or hear anything else after he left. And about 2 hours later, I finally crawled backwards out of my position and kind of scooted out of there. But like I said, I laid there for probably 9 hours. And like I said, I found out that water resistant and waterproof on a camera is not the same thing.
2 different things.
Yeah, I have a big paperweight that says Sony on the side of it now.
Makes a good target. Take the lens off and
there you go.
It's a nice expensive paperweight too, probably.
Well, once you get the lens off, you're good.
What am I going to do with a damn lens?
I don't know. Lenses are usually what are expensive on cameras.
Dude, this whole so much is fucked up. When I plugged it in the wall, the charger cut off.
Wasn't having any of that shit.
No, it's like you fucked this so much up. Don't even think about it. But like I had some nice little video. Like I said, I thought I was videoing him, and that's when I got back to the truck. I realized there was water running out of the bastard.
Oh god.
Yeah, because it went from a slight drizzle to a pretty good pour, and then back to a drizzle for about 6 hours. And I wasn't thinking. I'm thinking, well, my camera says it's water resistant. I never thought about it being waterproof. I thought waterproof, water resistant. You know, it shouldn't hurt it. Yeah. Bullshit. That's fucking right there. Yeah, it's like you might as well stuck in a bucket of water.
Hey, boss, did I ever tell you that girl that me and Bug met that says she had like 15 different species of something in her?
Yeah, that's something. That girl had some special in her. All right.
She claimed she was a witch. She claimed she was a vampire. She claimed she was an angel. I guess a dog man, Bigfoot, what you name it, she was it.
I'm telling you, she had a whole lot of
too much Twilight.
Yeah, man. I was waiting for her to start fucking glittering.
That's what I asked her one time. I said, "So, how many things are you kin to?" "Oh, well, I'm this on my mom's side. I'm this on my dad's side." And I'm sitting there going, "Okay, so where's your fur? Where's your fangs? Where's this?" I don't know what she was on, or
what did I tell you? She either
that's all misconceptions.
She had too much medicine or not enough.
I don't know, but when we run across people like that, I mean, it literally almost broke my heart to tell her vampires don't sparkle.
See, y'all don't understand. Y'all just now getting to understand. If y'all don't do this, investigate or try to talk to people, y'all don't realize
I don't want to do that.
You don't
Fuck
realize how many phrases you run into, and
Oh yeah, I know.
and some of them were like
I believe it.
he was telling me the story a while ago. Then I said, okay, well, don't get upset or mad. I'm going to ask you some questions. I started asking questions. They will get fucking just madder than hell. Well, why are you calling me? I didn't call you a liar. I asked you how many times you shot the gun, motherfucker. How you get liar out of how many times did you shoot? Wait a minute.
When did this happen?
Oh man, that has happened many a time. Or better yet, when they start talking to you and they're like, I don't know if y'all. My favorite comedian is Fluffy. I cannot remember his
Oh
real
yeah,
name.
yeah.
Gabriel Iglesias.
Yeah,
Gabriel Iglesias, yeah.
when they start that shit, mirror. No, you stay over there. I don't want to talk to your drunk ass. Like I said, you wouldn't. Out of 20 people you talk to, one maybe are credible, have actually seen something, but it takes you going through the other 19 of them.
Dig through the pile of shit.
Yep.
To get to the one little fucking needle.
Exactly. Like I said, you would not believe. Like I said, DW has had them call him at 3 o'clock in the morning to just want to talk.
Oh my god! How does he do it?
I don't know.
How does he do it without yelling at the people?
That'd be fucking losing if somebody called me at 3 o'clock in the morning. And just
he did. I think his first words were, "Motherfucker, do you have a watch?"
That would probably be my first fucking words too.
I'm telling you, some people have no. I used to say they just don't have any common sense, but I just realized some people, they just lack all. Everything that makes a person a human, they just don't have.
That, and some of these people get wrapped up in this shit so damn much that they cannot dictate what is fiction and what is real anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're just in it.
Look, I've had people fucking just cuss me. Why won't you tell the truth about what this is? What do you mean? Why don't want to? I've told what I thought needed to be told.
Is that what we're talking about with the woo side of shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, wait a minute. You want to tell the truth so bad since you know something, you go start you a channel up, take you a fucking ad in the local paper, whatever you need to think you need to do, and tell whatever you think need to be told. Because if you tell something you shouldn't be telling, now you got a problem. And I don't want that problem. I'm smart enough not to have that problem.
Now you got to worry about the men in black, like everybody's talking about earlier.
Yep.
Men in black or just getting whacked?
Probably both.
Both. Definitely both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when you keep on digging and digging into something that you really shouldn't fucking know, you're gonna come into something.
See, people think that. We'll go back to the government thing. People think, the government works for me. They should tell me everything that I want to know. No, there are certain things that the general public does not need to know because of our general safety. Because a lot of people don't.
We can't handle it.
Well, not just that. A lot of people can't keep a secret.
Yep.
You get them drunk or whatever, and they start talking, or you get them mad and they fly off the handle and say shit. The general public in large doesn't need to know a bunch of shit that goes on in our government. And most
trying
people,
to say something about me?
No, I'm not trying to say nothing about you.
And a lot of people nowadays, used to, a man's word was the only thing he had, and it meant something.
Exactly.
And today, in this day and age, it's almost like nobody stands for anything anymore. You can't believe a word that comes out of anybody's mouth. DTA. Don't trust anybody.
I taught you well.
Yes, you did.
Yep.
A lot of bullshitters.
Hey, and the other thing I taught her is this. You don't have to be the fastest. You just have to be what, LAKAYA?
Faster
Not
than
the
your friend.
last one.
Exactly.
Well, I'm screwed. I'm a big boy, so I'm slow.
Well, if you're with me and I decide it's time to run, I'm sorry to say, somebody's getting shot in the leg.
I was going to say.
You know what?
Shoot the fast person in the leg.
Odds are, if you stand still, the thing will fucking chase him.
Now, see, I've already told y'all my plans. I'm leaving Vault in the back. I'm gonna trip him up. I'm gonna have DW in the front so stuff crashes on his head, and then see I just jump over him in the tree and I escape.
You know, honestly, judging from what I hear about DW when it comes to situations like that, I don't think shit crashing on his head will matter.
No, well,
Yeah,
first thing,
they'll just keep moving.
first thing, something bad has had to happen because he ain't gonna be there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, it was hilarious as hell. He was doing a damn ghost investigation early on at Sabizi's Cafe, and they told him that he was standing up under the chandelier. And DW is kind of like me. You got to show me before I understand sometimes. But they told him, hey, look, this little girl, that's her favorite spot. You can't stand there. He looked at him like, man, you crazy. I ain't fucking moving. Finish telling me your story. And
I don't think I did either.
Hey, I can hear y'all.
My bad.
Uh-huh.
Do y'all know what we talking about?
No, hold on. Let me finish your story and we'll find out.
Okay.
Like I said, DW was just standing there. Well, the guy just told him, hey, that little girl don't like you standing there. That's her spot. We just kept standing there, and all of a sudden something grabbed him, pulled on his pants. Well, to finish that discussion, you can ask him. He left, walked outside, and stood on the sidewalk and was hollering.
Yeah, you guys had to finish it in an alley, right? I think I remember that.
Yeah, he finished out in the alley. He would not go back in there. To this day, he won't go back in there. And he's friends with the guy that owns the place.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that, hearing about that.
Yeah, he ain't nope. He ain't go nope. To get him, you got to be slick.
Hey, close cigars.
Yeah.
And I'll be right back, guys. Sorry.
Go ahead. LAKAYA, what we are talking about?
You really want to know?
Mm-hmm.
Pajama pants.
Oh, Lord.
We was actually, y'all, no lie, I'm glad there ain't no camera on where I'm at. We were actually changing into pajama pants, and she put on a Grinch outfit, and I put on a Frosty the Snowman. I know, I can't help it.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, see that.
The snowman.
Yeah,
But see,
that's why
the reason why we're not sleeping in pants, Fish, we're at work. So we wanted to be comfortable. We're actually sitting down on the floor, spread out with tons of computers, tons of iPads, tons of phones, and we have snacks and drinks and having a girls' night. And we wanted to be comfortable, so we were trying to figure out who wanted to wear the Grinches and who wanted to wear the Frosties.
Wait a minute, ain't you supposed to be at work?
We are at work, boss. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But we're like girl slumber timing it in PJs at work at night.
I got other people that I can ask now. I think I'm getting a short end of the stick here.
No, we just girls' night. That's all. Girls' night came early. That's all. But see, we're lucky because we have a terrific boss. We have you and DW. And I know that as long as I do my job properly and correctly and efficiently, I can get away with wearing pajama pants at work.
Somebody ain't too happy.
It ain't gonna do no good to argue. If y'all have not, if you, I'm old enough to know it ain't gonna do no damn good to argue with a woman because you're gonna lose. You're gonna wind up tired with a headache, and you're still gonna lose.
I'm back. Sorry.
You didn't miss nothing.
Everybody's saying, Bossman, everybody's saying they wish they had a job where they can wear comfy clothes. See, that makes you look like such a good boss man.
You don't never listen to me. So what else?
Vamp said, hey, Vamp said hire her. She don't need pants.
Oh, no, that's just bribery.
Hey.
I'm everybody, like Fish is saying he'll send you a job application, you know.
I don't want to see Fish in my pants. Wrong.
Somebody else asked, is there a dress, brother Shadowfish asked, is there a dress code at work? Well, technically, brother, it is, but it's like nothing see-through, nothing sheer. Every main body part must be covered in something at all times. And PJ pants.
What about your hands? Is your hands a main body part?
Hold on. Do y'all want my dress code or do you want her dress code? Because I wear BDUs, jump boots,
Yeah, well, you're the boss. You don't have to abide by those rules.
Rules don't apply to
Boss, I done told you, you know, to oil the chains and change them out. I done told you that.
Nah.
you. That's not important.
Nah.
You know, they rust every once in a while, and then you squeak coming down the hallway.
That's all right.
I do
That
not.
way you know he's coming.
I don't.
Just so you get a chance to run.
No, you ain't gonna know I'm in a room unless I want you to know I'm in a room. But I don't squeak, thank you. But it did, like I said, there yet again, it does no good to argue with a woman because you're gonna wind up with a headache. You're still gonna lose.
But boss man.
Yes.
See, what had happened was
Yeah.
Not even you're arguing and you're losing.
but see what had happened was, see, that's the thing. We're on the floor and we had to get comfortable because the floor is not comfortable.
Now, why are you? See, there's desk, there's chairs, there's a couch.
But we couldn't fit all of our snacks and drinks on the desk and chairs along with equipment, so we got on the floor.
You got to get comfortable.
She has a point there.
Yeah, so like I told you, it does no good, especially with her. She uses psychology.
Oh God.
Yes.
Well,
there's a
they say
particular
that's what
reason
females
why
are,
that
right?
was
They're all
my
psychological.
major.
Yeah. See, she's dangerous in multiple reasons. She's smart. She's pretty. And she's she knows psychology, but she also carries a weapon. And she knows how to
Yeah,
use it.
Fish asked earlier, did you teach me you know, what is it? 1 in the head, 2 in the chest, or whatever?
Yeah, it's called double tap.
No, that's been a thing for a while.
But see, that's the thing. I didn't have to be taught that. I was born with a gun in one hand and a bottle of Jack in the other.
Hey, sound like fun.
What were your parents thinking?
They wouldn't.
How to raise a
All right, fair enough.
how to raise a kid good.
How
did he swallow a bottle of Jack and a gun?
Hey, you gotta understand. You gotta think about who you're talking about. She hangs around with me, so that ought to tell you something right there.
And most of y'all know me by now, especially from the chat area. Y'all know I'm very sarcastic. I'm very witty. I will roll punches with the rest of them. I'm not easily offended. So y'all, the only listen to half of what I say and only believe like a fourth of that. And if it's anything personal, it's probably not true. But I love y'all anyway.
She's lying.
That may
I
be
know that's
the
a psychology thing you were talking about. I'm onto you. I may not be as witty, but I'm witty enough.
I may not be a smart tool in the toolbox, but I know some stuff.
or you know, it just could be the vodka. But that's beside the point. You know, had to test it out for, you know, New Year's Eve early just to make sure it was the right consistency. Drinkable.
Now on the other hand, she's not the
I've said
only
that
one
before.
that she's not the only one with psychology, because think about it. I'm able to go up and talk beautiful girls into going out in the middle of the woods with me to chase shit.
But Vault, that wasn't Vault.
I don't think that's you. I think that's them.
Exactly. That wasn't psychology. That was scare tactics.
That wasn't scare tactics.
Yes, it is.
Were shots just fired?
What?
Scare tactics. It's if y'all don't come and in these woods and help me find something or record something, I'm coming after you. I said, yes, sir.
No, she's lying. I would never.
I'm lying, y'all. If y'all believe that, y'all crazy.
I don't believe that.
If
I've
y'all
heard
believe
these
that, a
chats
werewolf's chasing after me.
Well, technically. Apparently.
Wait a minute. Is Bonnie in the room or out of the room?
Miss Bonnie Parker is. Wait, where is she? Oh, well, she's laying over there guarding the M&Ms at the moment.
Yeah, I would rather fight a werewolf than her with them damn M&Ms.
You know but see, the M&Ms are by the door, and she knew she couldn't leave the door very long because that's her job right now, and she wants her doggy treat, and she knows she can't have chocolate, but she likes sipping coffee for some reason when my back is turned. So she thinks she's gonna get one of those chocolate coffee nut M&Ms. It's not happening.
Wish we
There's
had
coffee
those
and
in
M&Ms.
Canada,
It's not
man.
happening.
Oh.
You guys have the best stuff.
Dude, look, let war happen. I'm happy to sit right the fuck here. They'll drive by me. They'll drive around me. I got everything I need right here. And if they don't keep driving, it's going to be less to their soldiers. All I can say.
Hey, boss man, it's
yeah.
real late, and we still got 44 people watching. Hello, 44 people.
Hey, ain't it wrong with that?
Hey, what's
and
going on?
hello,
Hi.
3 dislikes. I love haters. Hi, how are you?
That's because I was talking about Vic's stupid fucking ass.
Yeah.
Oh god, back to that shit.
No, James Young. I seen his post earlier. Did he come in on the screen?
He come in in the room, but he didn't really talk.
Man, I was gonna talk to him. I didn't get in, but I thought he come in earlier.
Hey, I'm still here.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
What's up?
He's the guy with the
I
dog.
see how it is. You'll talk to the pretty ladies, but you won't talk to me.
I've been talking this whole time.
He did talk. He's been talking this entire time.
Oh shit!
I cannot see names.
I can't. All I see is a dog face and.
Hi, that's my dog.
Well,
Sorry.
maybe James is the dog. Did you ever think of that?
Oh, I love the dog.
Yeah,
Love the dog.
LAKAYA's dog's about 4 times that big.
Oh wow.
You know what a blackmouth cur is?
Vaguely, yeah.
Well, she's got one of those, but on steroids and with a bad attitude.
Ooh, fun. Sounds nice.
Yeah, and only listens to her. I don't give a fuck what the hell you say to it.
Oh, we're gonna talk about big badass dogs. I used to have a Belgian Malinois.
Well, guys, I'm out. I gotta get some sleep.
I sleep.
All right, brother.
See you later.
See you later. I don't know who I'm saying bye to because I can't see your name, but later.
Later.
He's portrayed as a night sky.
Oh wow.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
I can barely see any pictures. It's if y'all could only see the way our setup is right now, you would absolutely understand why we are so messed
In
up.
the dark.
Well, how do I know if I'm talking to a person or not? The moon. You know, because that's what your photo is, just a moon with a.
Because I'm the lady of the moon.
What looks like trees? I'm assuming.
I thought it was focused on skin. Oh.
I don't know what
that is my essence. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what the hell it is either.
Oh shit! You know this is supposed to be about ghosts and stuff, and we ain't hardly talking.
Yeah,
okay.
Shit, my bad. All right.
It's a ghost picture. Y'all tell me what y'all think my picture is. I have no idea. It was on my phone randomly.
It's very faded moon taken from a place with a couple of trees.
You want me to tell you what it reminds me of? A latrine in one of them shady damn places you stop at the middle of the night because you can't hold it no longer.
Yeah. Yeah, I would never stop at one of them. I try never to stop at one of them.
If you ride with me, there's no telling where the hell you'll be at.
Boss man, post the
What?
link again, please. We got folks wanting link. We need link drops.
All right, let's do it.
Come on.
The more the merrier.
More the merrier.
And y'all share this live stream. Share it on your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram. Go on Periscope. Shout it out. Do whatever you got to do.
We got a Periscope?
We're going to be live New Year's Eve.
When the hell did we put that in?
No. We don't have Periscope because if I got you on Periscope, I would never get you back to YouTube.
Ooh.
YouTube is the place.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
That's where all my peeps are.
I thought we were talking about a real Periscope, not some damn chat. No damn.
No.
I was about to say, what's Periscope?
No, boss man.
I was trying to figure out what fucking room that somebody was in because I apparently had not been in that goddamn room.
Y'all go make a cool ass meme. Share it on Tumblr. Share the Vault of Nightmares and Dark Waters. Everybody needs to subscribe. We need our family in here.
I tell y'all what, if
10 mil subscribers.
I got a special treat for y'all. When we hit 2,000 subscribers on this right here, I'm gonna let y'all in on a big freaking secret.
Wait a minute. Which skeleton we gonna pull out the closet?
We ain't pulling none of my exes out of the closet. I'm gonna tell them a secret about me.
Oh, so you need me to keep her wrapped up for a little while longer? You know, saran wrap, you know, you got to redo that every once in a while. That shit starts to crumble.
I told you to get rid of that bitch.
Well, there's only so many holes out, you know, in the fields
You guys know you
and in
should
the
never really
woods.
talk about incriminating evidence in public.
First, they got to find me.
You're so silly.
Fair enough.
And y'all, please, there ain't no bodies. There ain't no ex. Well, I don't know his past. I don't know that much about him.
As far as we know, there's no bodies, there's no ex, you know, in the
That's
closet or
allegedly,
whatever.
folks. Allegedly.
It is
It's
all
fake.
joking in terms of fun and whatnot.
Yeah, what they said.
I don't think Walt
maybe
kills
one or
people. Maybe he
two.
does. I don't know, but as far as we know, he's kidding.
Yeah, what he said.
There you go.
Yep. How you
Yeah.
doing, guys? Can you hear me? It's Bass
Yeah,
Sam.
what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey,
Hey, I think I got like kicked. It just like completely muted me, man. I was trying to ask so many questions when you guys were going off about stuff.
okay.
Oh, man.
Hey, earlier did it boot you off? Hey, did it fucking happen
And
again?
you had black helicopters flying over.
Oh, it's Bass.
But hey, what are you talking about? Some black helicopter? What the fuck? What did I miss?
No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy.
All right. My fault. I had my volume turned down. Have you ever been out on an investigation where like it wasn't you in the military or anything like that? You're just going out of the woods doing some investigating for yourself and had like the black helicopters flying over.
No.
No, but ain't there another guy on YouTube that's had that happen?
Yes.
I thought so. I thought I'd heard a story like that before. I haven't, though. I don't want to see any helicopters. You know, sometimes that's not a good thing.
And I want to put this out there so I don't get no misconfusion with nobody. I am not ex-military.
There you go.
I have not belonged to any United States military group that was run by the United States government
of America.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. I apologize for that.
I don't want to take nothing. I don't want to take nothing away from any of our brothers and sisters that have served.
That's it.
That's my thing. I am very well versed and have been around a lot of military organizations and have worked privately for some stuff, but I am no way ex-military.
But boss, have you seen any black, flying helicopters while you've been out on? Because you've been doing this for a hell of a long time.
I've seen helicopters out, not no black ones.
Yeah, that's wondering, like, because I don't mean to bring it up, but those boys down in the big thicket.
Yeah.
Every time they go out and you hear the helicopters flying over and whatnot, and they get traced. Like, have you ever experienced that? Like, where you was out there on your personal time?
The links posted above, guys. Scroll up if y'all want the link.
Hold on, I'll do it again. This is the thing about the big thicket area. I've been in the big thicket area a good bit. One of my old jobs used to be in that area. I'll put it to you that way. There has been one instance for one group that I personally know of that was run out of there because what they were doing is they were taking money from people saying, we'll carry you out and we guarantee you to have a Bigfoot encounter. And the big thicket is a federal wildlife refuge. Well, not the whole thing, but most of it. Still, though, it's a park and wildlife area. You cannot charge anyone to carry them out to a federal park or state park. It is you're breaking. I forgot what code it is. Well, that's what they got in trouble for because they didn't realize that two of the people that were in their group and that they had charged were undercover agents. Now, there's this big thing going on with this other, I don't know if you want to call it horror narrator, but he's a Bigfoot guy that does a show. and he's involved in some shady stuff and some lawsuits and stuff because they were taking money. Say everybody in this chat room paid these people. Well, all of a sudden now they can't go back out because the government told them they couldn't. Well, don't you think they should give the money back?
Yeah.
Logically, yes.
Well, they're not doing that. Matter of fact, they're still taking people's money.
It's bad business.
Ooh, I'd be going after somebody.
Well, they are, but they're doing it smart. They're using the legal system, and like I said, it's all over. Let's put it this way: Google search lawsuit with Big Thicket, Bigfoot lawsuit for Big Thicket. Somehow word it like that. I'm not going to say the person's name or the radio show's name, but he's been in trouble before. But that Big Thicket group, well, matter of fact, you could the Big Thicket Bigfoot research group, you can put that in there because that is a LLC name that was used. It's a fake corporation that was used to gather money, and they thought they could hide behind it, and people got pissed. But see, and that's the other thing that's bad in this community. You got people like that are trying to make money off of something and screw people that honestly believe or want to believe or know. And this is the reason why no one wants to say, hey, I see a Bigfoot, or wants to talk about it. And when you do talk about it, they look at you out of the corner of their eye like you're fucking crazy because you got people doing this shit. But and there are Bigfoot in the Big Thicket area. The tore up tent site, that's a real fucking place. Been there. That's a real fucking place. And
You're talking about that video on YouTube?
Yes, that's a
Seriously,
real.
That was a real thing.
Yes, sir. That's real. I was there.
Hey,
you sure?
I forget what state the Big Thicket's in.
Texas.
Texas, that's what I thought.
Dude,
But
what the hell? Just asking you, my fault. I'm sorry, gentlemen. My
Yeah,
fault.
Bash, you cut off again. I saw that, buddy. Don't worry.
I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
People's been
As soon
getting
as I asked
booted.
a question,
Hey, people's been getting booted and kicked out of here all night, man. At first they thought it was me. I'm like, dude, I'm not touching nothing, so it's not me.
No, I've heard a couple people now that said they can't even get into their Google Hangouts at all, let alone their Google Plus accounts. I'm telling you, Bass, I have went through 5, 6, 7 accounts trying to get in, new ones trying to get in, and it took me forever.
It took her over an hour to be where she could get in and talk to us.
Almost 2 hours.
Yeah,
So we don't know what's going on.
As a matter of fact, the first 30 minutes of this show, you probably ain't gonna hear nothing but me cussing, raising hell because she can't get in.
no, I was actually listening to the first 30 minutes. No, I got all that. It's just this is my first time calling in. Like I've been listening to you guys. Like,
Anytime we're on and I put the damn link out there, you're more than welcome to come in. I think Raven's been on this much the third time Raven's been on here. I like it. I like all y'all coming on. Like I said, y'all family.
Hold on, was Bass just trying to talk again and it cut him out again?
Wait. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, barely. It sounds like your net's cutting out or something.
I think you got bad signal.
Oh, hold on. Let me get a little closer to the. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. You coming in 5 by 5.
All right, yeah, I'm like, damn, I'm sitting there trying to ask a question, then all of a sudden, I get kicked off.
It may be a question somebody don't want you to hear. What's the question? What's the question?
All right, just shoot the question out now, man, before you cut out.
No, I asked about the Big Thicket.
Oh yeah, we just talked about that, didn't you?
Yeah, the Big Thicket is there are big.
I asked about it, I got kicked. Like
it sounds like we're just gonna have to get these gremlins under control, or something is going on.
All right,
he said it again and it cut him off.
Yeah, I'll tell you that, and maybe the government wanting him to shut up about the Big Thicket area, but I don't know.
They don't want him to talk about it.
Hey man, I've talked about worse shit on here, and I ain't got kicked off yet. I think it's connections.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What was your question about the Big Thicket?
I'm not even gonna bring that up anymore. I'm gonna go straight to
Never mind.
Problems. I bring it up and my call drops out.
I think his question was about what was it, black helicopters and shit like that?
Yeah.
Going over
That
the
was
big thicket, and then you
not even the big thicket, not even the big thicket, just
I've
going
had
out
to,
anywhere you were out, anywhere you were out,
investigations.
and I believe you said no.
well,
You've
I
never
haven't.
seen black ones.
No, I've never seen no black helicopters out. I have had military choppers fly around. I've had regular police helicopters, sheriff's helicopters, news photo helicopters fly around where I was investigating before, because usually by the time I'm called and I get out there, it's not like it's no big secret. Somehow, some way, somebody's done got out, and every once in a while I'll get called on something, and half the time I don't even know how the hell they get my freaking number to get a hold of me. It's usually somebody has asked to speak to me, and somebody that somebody I've befriended in either law enforcement or search and rescue or whatever gets a hold of me.
Number.
Especially it's nobody ever give my damn number. They give them
their number.
They call me and give me their number, and then I get a hold of them and I ask, okay, what can I help you with?
All right, all right. I'm not asking anything else about the big thicket, because obviously when I ask about it, I get kicked out or my call drops. So
it sounds just about your connection, man. I wouldn't put it up to paranoia.
It ain't.
I don't know about that, man.
Dude, as much stuff as me and Raven talked about the other night, and we still talking. Me and Raven kicked the doors open on a bunch of shit the other night.
Oh yeah, we fucking covered everything.
And then me
for the fucking moon and back.
And then me and DW.
I wanted to call him, but I didn't know how to do it. I just figured that shit out tonight.
Plus, you're really choppy. That's another reason that makes me think that it might be your system.
Yeah, I think it's you got a bad area or whatever. But the big thicket area is got a large and long history of Bigfoot activity. Even supposed to have some dogmen in there. I have never seen none in there, and I didn't hear about the dogman activity until probably 8 months ago, because I never asked no questions, never had any dealing with that. But like I said, there was this thing that, on YouTube. It's called the Torp Camp. That is a real thing. I've been there. Was there not too long after it was found. People did come up missing.
That video. I saw that video.
I have a question. I have a question about that. Do you believe that it could have been a Bigfoot or a dogman?
It was from the what the signs that was around it. It was definitely Sasquatch. Wasn't a dogman. Like I said, I haven't heard of a dogman until about a little over a year and a half ago, and I didn't have any I have not done any investigations while I was out there in the big thicket area, and that was probably 3 years ago. The big thicket thing come up, and I hadn't even didn't even know no such thing as a dogman.
All right, because I had a question about that, like, because when it all went down, you had the guys who host the show, Bigfoot Hotspot Radio. I'm sorry to bring him up and drop him on like that, but supposedly he went out to Texas, and he was with those guys who were out there, and while he was out on an investigation, he heard the way he said it in the show was it sounded like a fucking werewolf. And then they found it. Then they found like a big dog track, like right around their campsite.
When you say it sounded like a werewolf, like, let's be honest, how the hell do you know what a werewolf sounds like?
Bigfoot does make a howl.
Give me a second, and I'll bring up the show for you. No.
We ain't doing that. No.
No, like what I'm getting at is,
saying, like, could it possibly be? Because I was thinking, like, okay, it's a Bigfoot, but could it also have been this? That's why they've been trolling. They've been in the area so much.
I'll tell you this.
You gotta also hang on. Oh, sorry, I'll let you go. Sorry.
I know this for a fact. Like I said, that was a little over 3 years ago. I was all through that area. I worked that area. I'd never heard nor seen any any dogman tracks, anything else out there. What hit that damn tore up tent, the campsite, was a Bigfoot. It was an aggressive male. We went out tracked down, found the evidence. We did not find the Bigfoot at the time because of all the activity that was going. Y'all got to understand something. An hour after this campsite was found, there was probably 100 people there, and like I said,
Was
people.
it the tent burned?
Well, it was thrown over into the fire. There was a fire there. Fire logs were kicked up. A whole bunch of stuff. There was a frying pan, a stainless steel frying pan there that was bent in 3 different directions, and it was probably a 1/4 inch thick metal.
Ooh.
All
right.
Oh, wow.
Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that's not in the film that I seen personally.
All right. Okay.
But the
And
guy
this is why I don't go camping.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah,
but
literally.
the guy he named in the show he named earlier, I'm not gonna get on that right there. I'll tell you what I know about the area because I'm not gonna get. I don't want to get my show for some reason kicked or anything else because, like I said, YouTube and their monetization thing. Now he could come on and claim monetization because you mentioned his name. No, I ain't doing all that shit.
Well,
That's
I apologize for that, Vault. My fault.
That ain't no problem. I'm just, like I said, that guy's got his own show, his own thing. And like I said, I don't talk about nobody else's investigation except for mine and DW's. And then I even get DW's permission before I talk about his stuff. But like I said, I can tell you what I know personally from the Big Thicket area. I had not seen any. I'm not saying there's not any out there. I have personally not seen any Dogman related stuff out there when I was there.
But back to what I was saying with the werewolf thing. When you say it sounds like a werewolf, what I'm going at is like the only real reason that people know what a werewolf would maybe sound like is through Hollywood movies. We have no fucking idea what those things are going to sound like.
I can tell you, I can tell you about my personal what I heard of her. I know it was a dog, what they call a dog, man.
I hear a lot of deep bass growls that sound like a dog, which makes sense.
That all right. Think of you know those old timey trains, the whoo whoo. Think of that with a rasp to it. That's what it's. It don't sound like your dog howling over here. It does not sound like it. If anything, when they yip, they sound like a giant fucking coyote mixed with a damn jackal.
No doubt.
With bass?
Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, oh yeah, they're loud. Well, that's like a Bigfoot can be a ridge over and do one of his screams, and it will rattle your inside. You'll swear he's standing right in front of you, and he'll be another ridge top over. But you got to think about how big their lungs are, and I think they can.
Well, yeah, obviously. Well, the size of an animal, when you're talking about that and making that kind of a noise, obviously it's going to be loud.
Well, I think they can project it. Well, it's like a lion. If you're at a zoo and a lion roars, you can feel that wave coming off.
Yeah, in your chest.
Yeah.
You feel the bass. The bass hits you.
Imagine being standing right in front of a train and right in front of its horn, and they lay onto it, and that's what that's how loud and how it feels. And like I said, you're probably 500 yards away, if not further.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
But like I said, a dog man's got the. If you ever hear one, you won't never forget it, and I guarantee you that's the last time you ever want to hear that fucker. Because
I've never seen one or heard one. I don't want to see or hear one.
It ain't nothing like what you hear in the movies. I'm gonna tell you that now. That damn puppy dog boot. No, hell no. It is the. I tell you what. You want a crazy ass sound, and it makes it sound like a kitty cat. Find you a damn panther that is in heat. A sound of that. Amplify it by about 30 times.
And the woman scream.
Yeah,
that's another thing I actually want to ask about. A lot of people associate these guys with like a woman scream. Though I hear enough stories where they hear a woman screaming out in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night. And they go to help them, and all of a sudden, boom! There's this critter standing right there. Right? Does it got some truth to it?
Yeah, I've heard the woman scream, and I knew at the time it was not. Big cats make that noise.
Yeah, I know, exactly, because that could be attributed to mountain lions when they're in heat.
What
I think even foxes. I think foxes make a similar call.
And see, I think what it is these Bigfoot can emulate other animals because they can emulate. If you hear them,
they mimic a lot, right?
Yeah, because I've even had one mimic a damn car alarm. I've told this story a million times. On the backside of Mount St. Helens, there ain't no fucking roads there. and there's a car alarm going off on the back. The only way this car could have got there, it fell out of the air.
Yeah.
This thing had to have heard a car alarm at one time or another going off, and it mimicked
it. Yeah.
Well, if it can mimic that, why can't it mimic a she line in heat out in the damn boonies out there? And it sounds horrendous just coming from the damn a cat. Now imagine something that's got the vocal cords of this thing.
Oh, God. But I've also sorry, go on, buddy.
But like I said, I've witnessed that noise and know there's not a cat in the area, and then see one of these creatures at a distance, and the noise came from that way, and then as it moved off, it did it again. So I know it came from that particular creature, and it sounded like a damn female being murdered out there, but it was too damn loud to be a cat. A cat's loud, but it was too damn loud to be a cat.
But I also hear a lot of these dogman things having like a similar sound, like they can mimic.
Yeah, see, I hadn't had one do that, so I can see that that's what it was. It could have been a big, I haven't seen one and be able to justify, okay, well, I seen that animal go that way. Now I've seen that heard that noise, and I've seen the animal go over here, and I heard the noise over here now. So I'm gonna say it was that animal. I haven't had that opportunity, because usually, like I said, if a dog man is in the area, I leave.
You go, yeah.
That's that's one of the things, like I keep stressing to people. Anybody that's ever had an encounter on these damn things, their thing is not. Yeah, well, their thing is they don't immediately want to run out there. Oh, I got to see that again. The first thing they'll tell you is, I hope I never see that thing again. I wish I hadn't seen it the first time, because that's
really weird.
That's how.
Well, actually, it's not really weird, because it kind of makes sense. When you see Bigfoot, it's scary. It's yada yada yada. But if you have a casual encounter, which I'm pretty sure there's a lot that are not too casual.
Well, if
when you have a casual encounter of Bigfoot, it's like, all fine and dandy, okay. So
hey, Fish is in here. I got a good one that he'll tell you how scary just seeing a Bigfoot is. Fish, how many people, in your line of work, in the Forestry Commission, all of a sudden one day they've been doing it for years, and all of a sudden one day they up and quit, and they don't want nothing to do with the woods no more. And then come to find out later on, they say, well, I seen something I can't explain. It's this big hairy thing. It's because that's how scary these motherfuckers are.
Yeah, and then you see a fucking werewolf, and then you amplify that probably by times 10, because it's about the same, well, roughly from what I hear, it's about the same goddamn size.
Yeah, well, most people, if they see a regular wolf in the damn wild, it scares the shit out of them.
They're scared.
And I think if you magnify that son on to think of a wolf the size of a grizzly bear, and it stands up,
exactly. And he fucking suddenly pops up on his hind legs. You're thinking, oh, fuck.
It's sitting there twisting its head back and forth and doing this snarly, almost like it's grinning at you look. Oh, hell no.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Y'all give me just a second. I got to make another cup of coffee. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Hey, LAKAYA, I have a question for you. Okay. I'm just interested in knowing this because I like to learn about stuff. So with you as being like a witch, do you have a belief in like heaven or something like that?
Summerland.
Okay. Yeah.
It is. You can sort of consider it like a heaven, if that's easier to understand. Yes, you can sort of consider it like a heaven, but we call it Summerland.
Okay.
But other than that, some witches do, some witches don't. Some pagans have different names for it. Some pagans believe certain things. Some not. Like I said, to me, I have found such a diverse group of people in just paganism in general that everything makes sense to me. But it also depends on the person's path of what they choose to call it and the particular belief that goes along with it.
Okay.
But I personally, I believe in Summerland. I also believe in reincarnation.
Okay.
I believe in spirits. I believe in ghosts. Who am I to say something's not real?
Yeah.
So,
'Cause,
I mean, the
I mean,
only.
like-
Go ahead.
No, continue. Sorry.
I was going to say the only thing that I don't believe in is a hell, but that's my own personal belief. That's not for anybody else. If somebody else believes they're going to burn if they do something bad, so be it. Some people don't look at hell like fiery pit, brimstone, like that. That's fine too. I'm all for believing whatever you want to believe, whatever keeps you straight, narrow, and sane on this crazy world. Go ahead.
Yeah. Because, I mean, like, I'm a Baptist. I believe in God and all that, but I still also believe in reincarnation. I'm one of those, I'm more
Okay,
of a, I guess you could say, progressive Christian.
Yeah.
I believe in other stuff other than just what the Bible says. I think there's other stuff that God just didn't put in there, and also humans have censored the Bible to what we want to say.
That's pretty accurate, I think.
So,
religious?
Like the Book of Enoch and all that kind of stuff. That's Book of Giants, stuff like that.
Yes. I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. Me personally, I think knowing that there are other books that were, not included, that are factual, people can see them, have pictures of them, know that they exist, but they are not included. I can understand where, some people may, wonder, well, what else was there to it? What else was included that we're not being told?
Yeah.
Sometimes do I think humans are meant to know everything? No. Do I think humans should, have every known fact? No, I don't.
No, because we're, we have a habit of, if we're better than it, we're going to try and kill it, So
exactly,
we shouldn't know everything because we screw up the whole universe if we knew everything. So
exactly, I think, and I personally, just me, I like the thought of their, guessing at some things, not knowing. Some people say, well, I want to know what's on the other side. I don't. I want it to be a surprise. I want to know when I get there, if there is a there. I want to know. But some people don't believe there's anything.
I'd like to have some idea of what there might be. That's one reason why I'm religious. I like to have that kind of like security to where I know if I do this, I might be there, but I don't want to take the chance of me not.
But that's all, to me, that's not necessarily faith. That's personal responsibility and holding yourself accountable for your actions.
Yeah.
With me, with religion, like I was born, I went to Catholic school all my life, so I'm a little bit versed. I was not the best Catholic. Still, well, I kind of renounced it in high school, but with me, the way I look at it is, and, it might be on an atheist point of view, but I'm not an atheist. I'm a very spiritual guy.
Yeah.
I do believe in that afterlife threat. But the way I look at it is that, you look at mankind's history. We've had how many gods? How many, come on. And every single one of them are false except for like this one. Like it seems like a trending thing of the millennia. Like,
it's
1,000 years from now, there's probably gonna be a new God, if not 2, 3, And hey, I don't mock anybody who does, the religion thing. If you want to be religious, you go right ahead. It doesn't bug me at all. I don't care. You believe in your thing, I believe in mine. That's all fine and dandy. But to me, I just don't buy into that.
Well,
but if you were to ask me in terms of religion, like, do I believe in a deity? Yeah, it's a very good possibility. But do I really believe that he has any effect on anything that you do in life or anything like that? No, I don't buy into that.
This is just my personal belief, and the way I'm fixing to describe it may break it down just a little bit easier. If you take one ball and hold it in your hand, let's say an orange, and you're holding that orange in your hand, if you picture that orange nothing but energy, and you split it in half, and picture one half of it just masculine energy, and one half of it just feminine energy, you have male and female. Creation, basically. That's, where, everybody's, you got to have male and female. Yes, I know. So there's some things that can have babies by itself. I got it. But you get what I'm saying. If you look at it, half male, half female of an orange, then you take one half and you separate all the little slices, the little wedges of the orange, and you put a male's name, a male deity's name to each slice. You can have God for one, you can have Cernunnos for another, you can have let's say Buddha, whatever. And you do this, and you do the same for the feminine. You separate that half into little slice wedges, and you put a female deity's name for each slice. They have different names. They can have different personalities and different representations. However, if you look through all religions and you put them all back together, they're one energy source.
One common God.
Exactly. Not necessarily a common God. What makes God to me, I put the term God with a male perspective, personally. I put goddess with a female.
Yeah.
But when they're together, it is neither a goddess nor a god.
Well,
it is just divine.
I'm not really fluent. I mean, I met a couple people or got a couple friends who were Wiccan, but I never really dove deep into it. But you guys have there's the crone, and I think there's a god and a goddess, isn't there? I'm not too sure.
I'm not Wiccan, but I used to be a Wiccan. Let me just put it that way.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Sorry, we talked about this last night. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. But yes, they have a god or goddess or lord or lady. Some are never called to one. Some are. Usually if they're not called to a particular one, they'll say Lord and Lady, or just God and Goddess, the male and female aspect. There are some that only work with a male aspect. There are some that only work with a female aspect. It just depends on the tradition or if they're solitary or eclectic. I personally, I work with 3. I have 2 females and a male that I work with. And like I said, that's just me. That's the way I break it down. I look at it as divine energy being broken down. Yeah. Because energy is in everything, and energy can be manipulated. It's been proven it can be manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and
why I think, you get these many diversities and again results in many different spiritual faiths, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like even the Aboriginal spiritual faith, like you get a lot of results in that, like the exact same way as you would in any other religion when it comes to these cleansings and things like that, right?
Yeah, like sage.
A lot of people don't know that because like you branch off to catch, because you always hear the news about these exorcists by the priests and shit like that. But if you do your research, the exorcisms have been performed by many other different religions and have actually proven to work just as well, if not,
exactly.
Same,
my thing is, if I can sit here and do a spell and light a candle and say my incantation and invocation and have intent into it, that will work just as good as, let's say, a Baptist praying. There is no one better than the other. It's all about energy and intent and what you're aiming for.
Yep.
To me, I say everybody use what you feel comfortable with. Believe in what you feel comfortable with. I don't see a right or wrong. I honestly don't.
Well, me with my beliefs are a little bit of a Heinz 57.
Yeah, same here, really.
You know what I mean?
I have a weird thing with, evolution and all that. Christians don't like to believe in Darwin. I do.
Oh, I'm an evolution enthusiast. I highly believe in evolution. The puzzle makes sense.
Yeah, well, see, I bring God into it. I think that evolution did happen according to Darwin, but it didn't. Like same thing with how the Earth was formed. I don't think it happened in 7 days. I don't think that happened in 7 days. Just God said it to make it easier for the older. Back in the time where they didn't have all the knowledge, He made it easier for them to understand.
Well, the way I look at it is like this. A lot of the information that you get from whatever source you get it from, whether it be the Bible, the Quran, or whatever book you go by, it's all secondhand information that has been passed down through, and they just copied it.
Yeah,
it's all secondhand information. You have no idea at the end of the day. You ever heard of that game Broken Telephone?
Yeah, you start with
it's a lot like that. You get
like Sally
in elementary school. You get your buddies. One guy starts with one word, and by the end of the line, it's an entirely different goddamn
Different,
thing.
yeah, different word.
You know what I mean?
sentence.
That's
Yeah.
the way I look at it.
Yep.
You know, you can never be fully 100% for sure that this is what so and so wants. It's all human information. It comes from a human.
Hey, Bug, what do you think on the subject?
Well, I was raised Christian, and then I was called to the craft. You know, I mean, geez. But I mean, I was raised Christian all through my life up until high school. I was Baptist and Church of Christ for the most part, and but then I was called to the craft and paganism. It's just just a calling for me. It's not that I don't know about the Bible and all that kind of stuff. It's just the craft called
It's
to
a
me.
draw. It's your thing. It's a thing that works for you.
Yeah.
It's your belief. It's a
Because-
thing that speaks you to. Actually, for me, like a lot of the things that I like, a lot of with the local and your native spirituality, I highly abide by a lot. Like I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what, this works. But do I follow it, or would I follow it to a T? No, because there's some flaws that I don't see. You know, maybe it's their thing.
Where most
Exactly,
people, where most people screw up with religion is they think, well, I've got to be good. That's the only thing I can be. No, that's wrong. Because
There's a gray area.
no,
But you know,
well, to have
good
you have
and
to have-
evil are just abstracts.
exactly one.
It
The
depends on
reverse
your
of
point of view.
And then again, that's another thing I really live by is balance. You have to have one without the other. You got to have good
Yeah.
without either evil. Otherwise, evil would not exist without good, and vice versa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And on top of that, evil is just an abstract. If you go on, like, I think it was the Adams family that said this. It was Morticia Adams that said, what is it? Normality is just an abstract. What is chaos to the fly is normal to the spider. You gotta look at it like that. Everybody's gonna have their own little sensibility and their own little general guidelines on what is good or evil.
This is the way I look at it. This is my philosophy. All right, we're gonna give a for instance here. This is the way I look at things and think at things. Let's say if you go by the Christian belief and the Christian the Bible and all that kind of stuff, you're not supposed to. The first thing is you're not supposed to kill. You're not supposed to harm anybody, right?
But more people being killed in the name of God than any other reason. On the planet.
Exactly. But I'm talking about the way they say though. You're supposed to forgive everybody. You're not supposed to kill.
Turn the other cheek. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I'm sitting here and all of a sudden we start hearing Bug and LAKAYA, somebody's hurting them or doing something to them, trying to kill them, are we all supposed to just sit here and just, okay, well, it'll be over soon? Or am I supposed to get up and go protect them like that's what I'm supposed to do? That means...
Well, not necessarily. That's not there's a difference between killing and punching someone out.
Well,
no. There's a difference between self-defense and killing somebody.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Okay.
If you're trying to protect your life,
him in the process.
Okay, well, what is y'all's thoughts on this? Let's say that I had a job where my job was I'm a contractor for the government, and the government decides we're going to say we're going to use DW for instance. DW is a threat to our national security for some reason, one or another. They have gave a green light. Now, he has not done nothing to me. I do not know this man personally. All I know is I'm giving an order, a green light, to put him in the ground. Now, is that wrong?
Personally, I didn't say it.
That's a gray area.
Yeah.
I would need some hard proof that he is an actual threat to security.
Are we going by military standards, or are we going by
something?
Well, when you're
Wait, what's going on? I missed something. What y'all talking about?
Well, it's hard to go back and explain, LAKAYA. Well, it's not like, well, if you're going by military, you have no choice. Your choice is to.
That's it. Yeah, you have to put him on the ground. Otherwise,
I want to say there is always a choice.
No.
With whatever you do.
That's what most people don't understand. When you join the military, when you start going through the ranks and you start, the first thing, boot camp is designed to do one thing and one thing only, to tear you down and get you to understand you don't have a choice. You are a cog in a bigger wheel. That's all boot camp is, basically. Because I don't need a bunch of look. If I'm in command out in a war zone, I don't need a bunch of people with different ideas. All I need you to do is follow whatever the hell order I give you. Because if I got 500 people out there trying to do whatever the hell they want to, you got chaos.
Yeah, it's gonna fall apart.
Yeah.
Hey, boss.
Yeah.
Did you see Patty earlier? She wants to know if any of us have any ghost stories.
I got one.
Go ahead with it. I got to grab a pack of cigarettes.
You want my ghost story?
Yeah, go ahead and tell your ghost story.
It ends kind of anticlimactically, but okay. So I might drop a couple swear words. I'm sorry. Well, I have been all night, so.
Yeah, don't matter.
Okay, so
last stream, you was dropping the F-bomb all the time.
I know. I'm sorry. I was drunk.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I listened to all 7 hours.
holy shit, that's committed.
Hey, I only have about an hour left of mine. Of listening to that.
Do it, but like.
I know there was a little bit of a point there where I went a little bit where the alcohol caught up with me.
Yeah, it's a little obvious too. But it's
I was
funny.
doing good for the first half. Afterwards,
Oh,
it's
yeah. Like, yeah, whatever.
I was so trying to keep my composure, but I couldn't.
It made for some good laughs.
It did. It did.
It's all good. It's all good.
But anyway, so do you guys want my ghost story, or does anybody want to go first? Don't matter to me.
No, you go ahead and go.
No, go ahead. Tell your story.
Okay, so I got a buddy. He's a really close buddy. He's a fucking really cool guy. So one night he was with his ex, and they had decided to rent out a place. All right, and he invited me over to hang out. You know, to show me his new place. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go there, go shoot the shit, whatever. So I get there, and it's one of those places where as soon as you walk in, you just know, like, whoa, something's off. Like, as soon as I step through the door, it's like, okay, something's weird with this place. I don't know what the hell it is, but something's weird. So he's showing me around, and we get to the bathroom, whatever, and he's showing me around. And I see this terrarium with these two little, they're called African software rats. They're usually used for snakes, especially like ball pythons are a little finicky for eating. They're a little more gamey. But I see them, but they're as pets. And I was like, what the hell's up with these? And he says, oh, they're the old tenants or whatever. You know, they left a couple of the pets here and they just got the hell out of here. I'm thinking, like, what? Was somebody like shot in here and they just, they didn't want to be here anymore? He's like, no, it's nothing like that. So the night went on, and we got to sitting down, we got to drinking, shooting the shit, whatever. And I think it was around like 12 o'clock, if not a little bit after 12. I hear footsteps, like human footsteps, clear as day, upstairs. I'm looking up there. I'm like, oh, well, fuck, I guess Buddy's wide awake up there. He's like, oh, no, there's no tenant up there. I'm like, what do you mean there's no tenant up there? He's like, no, there's no tenant up there. I'm like, well, is your landlord up there? He's like, no, she shouldn't be. I'm like, well, Buddy, your fucking place is haunted. He's like, shut up. No way. I'm like, Buddy, it's like 12:15, and there's footsteps clear as day walking up there. How the hell can you say that? He's like, nah, but the main story about this didn't happen until about 2 weeks later when he actually called me up. He told me, yeah, man, my place is haunted. It's crazy. Like, this thing's turning the lights on and off. It kicked the dogs out of the house. Like, it's just been nuts. I was like, I told you. So anyway, that all happened. What went on? We went over to a restaurant. We had a couple of beers. We played some pool. And I came back. I got a little bit curious. I'm like, you know what? Let's see if we can get a name. See who this is. And it's like, okay, man, do whatever you got to do. So we got back to his place. I lit 2 candles. I cut off all the lights. I had a circular object and a square object. And I wrote out the alphabet on a piece of paper, sort of like a Ouija board, but not really. I pretty much spoke out of like, hey, I'm so-and-so. How are you doing? I'd like to get your name tonight, I've got a circular object right here and a square object right here. And the circular object means no. The square object means yes. Every time I go through a letter through this alphabet, move the square object for yes, move the circular object for no if it's in your name. If you understand what I'm saying, put out the candle in my right hand. And ladies and gentlemen, I shit you not. I'll swear by this to the day I die. He was there. He witnessed it. It's as if somebody took their hand and it dimmed and it dimmed and it dimmed and it dimmed and it went right out. I was like, holy fuck.
You made a makeshift Ouija board.
Not quite. You know, I just drew out the alphabet and I talked to the ghost in the house to see, you know, as in what I explained earlier. And then, you know, because just being the skeptic that I am, like, okay, just to make sure that was, I knew it wasn't a draft. I'm like, okay, just to make sure that this was not a draft. I even said it, just to make sure that that was not a fluke. Put out the candle in my left hand, and it dimmed, and almost the exact same way as the first one. It dimmed, it dimmed, it dimmed, it dimmed, and right before it went out, he got up and turned on the light and said, "Man, you know what? I can't do this." I was like, I said words, and then it ended right there. But no, that you know, I that's the one thing that, you know, my own personal 100% ghost thing that I cannot debunk, because I knew there was no draft. I knew 100%, like, it's as if somebody put their hand right over the candle and put it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my ghost story.
Holy shit! I'm not gonna lie. Like what you just said, like brought up something that happened to me. I used to work at this hotel. This shit was built back in the like what 1905 or something like that. Old hotel. We were actually closing out. They just sold it. Me and this one guy, we were nobody's been in this area for at least a month and a half. Went into this one room to clean it out, and it smelled like an old lady's perfume just got sprayed in the area. I'm like, yo, dude, you smell that? He was like, yeah, it smells like old ladies in here. I'm like, yo, the hair on the back of my neck started standing up. I'm like, we gotta get out of here. Then a few days later, we were down in the kitchen. We're cleaning out the pantry. I'm looking one way. He has his face to the door. He's basically facing the doorway. He has his head down, looking at something, and he's shadow his front side. And he's like, "Yo, Mike." I'm like, yeah. What's going on?" He's like, "Yo, was you just out there?" I'm like, "Dude, I've been behind you for the last 20 minutes cleaning this shit out." He was like, "You're serious?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yo, oh my, dude, I refused. After that, I refused to go back in there in the hotel and work by myself to clean out stuff. I refused. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Like, this hotel was built in 1905. I'm like, I refuse to go back there. Like, you know what? I'll say, look up Kutcher's Country Club. That's where it was. Kutcher's Country Club in New York.
That's crazy.
I refused to go back in there.
That's trippy.
Month and a half. Nobody been in there. Then all of a sudden, I walk into one of the bottom rooms, and I smell. Oh, I swear to God, it smelled like somebody just
sprayed perfume. Yeah.
Perfume, and you get like when you walk in, like it hits you in the face, like, oh my God, is there somebody here? Then I realized, I'm like, dude, nobody's been here for like a month and a half. Completely freaked me out. Then we had you seen something walk in front of him. I'm not gonna. I hate to say it like this, but it was an old Jewish hotel where they had like the I don't know what they call it. The wire or cord that like goes around the whole hotel to keep bad spirits out. Yo, oh my God.
Well, that's funny that you say, you know, the smell like that. Like, hey, how many times have we been in an area and run into that smell?
Several. I know there's a saying that they say if you smell perfume smells, that's associated with angels. But I also find that it's associated with some residual hauntings, particularly in older buildings, older hotels, things like that, especially where there were a lot of, you know, feminine ladies that worked there. You know, of course, we like to smell good. Why not leave our perfume behind? I mean, seriously, I would.
That's true, but how would you do that? You know, that's the thing that always struck me, you know, because I understand the human spirit and everything like that, but how the hell? I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense with clothes. If you could still have clothes on, I guess you could still kind of residuate it, but to affect the sense of smell?
Well, this is my thought on that. All right. Usually bad entities, to get you to, they had to get you to interact with them to give them power. All right. What's the best way to get, especially 99% of the people, to get, if they think it's a woman, especially an older woman, they're more likely not to be afraid. They're more likely to interact. So if this thing can put off this smell that, hey, it's an older female spirit, they may be more likely to.
Yeah, right back.
All right, they're more likely to interact or stay around longer to get you to do something or to do something to you. Is my thought.
I would not stay in that hotel after 4 p.m. After 4 p.m., I was gone. I'm like, yo, look, I'm coming in here. I'm gonna do what I have to do. Then I am out of here. Like
That shit really shook you up, eh?
Yo, dude,
My thing is, though, I would rather smell perfume than sulfur.
Oh yeah.
So I hear sulfur's another thing that's really associated.
Oh, me and LAKAYA and Bug both have been in a place where all of a sudden the smell of sulfur just gets so damn bad your eyes go to burning.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Do you ever think that might be like a sulfur mine or something? You know,
no,
like some kind of natural.
No, it was dealing with entities straight up.
Yeah, because I'm talking about it was fine, and then all of a sudden 1 minute later, it's like somebody opened. Yeah, it's just boom. I'm talking about an overcoming smell of sulfur, and
you know, sulfur, because I actually work with sulfur, brimstone, but it doesn't really have a smell, a strong pungent smell, unless it's burned.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, you know, let's. You mind if I draw on another spiritual thing right now?
What's that?
Go ahead.
Well, if we're gonna get into the topic, you know, there's another thing that I take from the Aboriginal culture. Animals, ghost animals. Do you think that's a thing?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Dogs and stuff like that, just where they die, they just like show, like, let's say your pet cat died, then 2 days later or 3 days later or whatever have you, it just like you see it running through the hallway. Like,
but do you guys think it's sort of like the same haunting?
Hey,
you guys
Vault.
think it's sort of like the same?
That's gonna make me cry. So I'm gonna just step off for a minute, let y'all talk about that, and then I'll come back. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. She had this little dog. This is the oldest teacup Chihuahua that I've ever seen. This dog was so old it done lost all his teeth.
Holy shit!
I think he was like 18 years old.
I was about to say almost pushing his 20s.
But I bet he
was. Now he was like a little baby, little human. This dog died not too long ago, and that was her. I'm talking about that was her child. And every once in a while, that little dog ran around here in the vault and everything else. Every once in a while, you'll hear the only dog that's here now is when she comes is her dog Bonnie. Now you'll hear like the little pitter patter of his feet, and he was so small when he barked, he sounded like a little rooster. He was like I know
the bark. I know the bark.
Well, every once in a while you'll hear him come through. You'll hear that. You can look down because I'm used to seeing him or whatever. And his name was Taco. And you look down and it's like, hey, Taco. And you look down and there's nothing there. I just heard him, but there's nothing there now. Yeah. So that happens a lot. And like I said, and he stays around her. Now I don't hear him if she's not here.
You know what? Another thing I want to throw out there is like, maybe you think that might be a little bit of something to do with hellhounds. You think? You know what I'm saying? It might be a little bit of a tinge.
Anything's possible, and that's just like
maybe these people are spearing the spirit of a dog that used to roam those woods or that area.
Or my grandfather used to say that the spirits that come to take take you away, sometimes if they come across the soul of somebody that has a lot of turmoil or death involved in it, they stop to smell it because they know it's not long before they'll get to take it. They like stuff like that.
But quick question. It's hard for me to say this, but when my mother passed away, I'm sitting up in my room, be downstairs. You know, like I was already up. Oh my god, up at the hospital. They declared that I'm back at my house. I'm sitting in my room, and all of a sudden, I hear her voice yell my name from downstairs. I'm not gonna lie, I freaked out. I jumped up out of my bed and ran downstairs, and I was like, "What the fuck? What the hell am I doing?" Like, I just heard my mom's voice, but I know she's not down there. Like, what could that have possibly have been?
Were you on the verge of passing out?
No. Like, dude, like she just passed like maybe 8 hours before I left the hospital, sitting in my room, thinking, I'm like contemplating shit. Then all of a sudden, I hear my name get called in my mom's voice, and I jump up out of my bed and like hit the steps. And, like I hit the steps with a furious. Then once I hit the platform, I'm like, what the hell? She just passed away. What the fuck am I doing? Like,
well, this. Oh, sorry. Take it away, Vault. That was your question. My bad.
I don't mean to interrupt it. I'm going a little. I'm gonna tell a little bit about myself that y'all don't know. Just because I don't know what it is, but I can tell you there's something after you die. I don't know what it is because I didn't get to see enough of it. But in my former life, I've been around a bunch of bad stuff, and I've done a bunch of bad stuff, you could say. And I was actually shot. And this was one of the times I was shot. And I actually had out of my body, I remember being wheeled into the emergency room. I was laying on the table, and then it was like I closed my eyes, and then when I opened them back up again, I was up above the table. I was up above everybody else. I could hear everybody. I could feel everything that was, but I could still feel everything. I could feel when they poked me with a needle. I could feel everything. I could feel them cutting me open to get the rounds out. I could feel the whole 9 yards. I could tell everybody that was going on. And then I heard this voice tell me. At first, I did not understand, and I didn't recognize. This voice told me, it's not your time now. You have to go back. And I'm like, why? And then I heard the voice again say the very same thing. It's not your time now. You have to go back. I will come get you when it's your time. And I realized it was my grandfather's voice. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him.
Oh my god, dude.
Then it's like everything went white, and they were shocking me back alive. I woke up to being shocked back alive. But like I said, that's one time. Like, I've been clinically dead more than once. But like I said, there's something there. I don't know what it is. And like LAKAYA said, I don't want to know right now. It's kind of like, Christmas morning, not knowing what you're going to get.
Some things in life I've always, associated with are better left a mystery.
Yeah.
Dude,
that'd be one of them.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I will put my hand on a Bible. I will put my hand on my mom's ashes. I heard her voice.
Oh, I believe you.
And then I ran down the steps.
Hey, man. Hey, I do not doubt for a second that you heard that voice. I don't doubt it.
Hey, going back to the thing with the dogs and all that, and spirits of dogs. Back when I was like probably 5 or 6 years old, I had this one dog, to where I loved that little dog. It was a Dachshund, You know, one of them weenie dogs. I call it, and we called it Twix. And this dog would always sleep with me. It would curl up on my arm, you know, and lay its head up on my shoulder. Well, when he died, I was heartbroken for one, you know, and I go lay down that night, and I remember laying in the middle of the night and feeling where he would sleep. I feel, and I look, and I see an indent, I kind of see like an indentation and all that kind of stuff right there. I'm just like going, oh my god! I felt my dog, and just, and, you know, and I just thought that dog just came back to, you know, say like, hey, it's all good, dude, you know. I'm still here and all that, you know. And I still miss that dog, but I'm happy that it did that, you know.
Is Bass still trying to talk, or who is that trying to talk?
Might be Bass. He's pretty low.
Bass.
Bass.
Yeah, Bass.
Bass.
Sorry, buddy. My brother.
I looked over quickly at it.
No problem. Bass Mayhem. My fault, guys.
Ain't no problem. Like
what I was just thinking about, man. I haven't thought about that shit in years, and like,
I got a curveball to throw y'all since we're on this subject.
Are we good? We good, boss man? Or
yeah, we're fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all changed subject yet or not.
Well,
I think we're about to throw the curveball.
Yeah, we're gonna throw a curveball. Let's say.
Oh, good grief! Don't go left. Don't go left. To the right. To the right.
Oh, left's always fun though.
All right.
Just remember, I bat right-handed. So.
I bat left-handed, so I'm good.
Let's say you live a life that's full of a bunch of bad things. You've done a bunch of bad things, and I ain't talking about just, you know, like theft or nothing like that. You've hurt people and stuff like that. What do you think happens to you when you cross over?
Can I answer this first? This is Bass. It depends on what were your intentions when you were doing your objectives. Was it bad intentions, ill intent, or was it for a better good? If it was for a better good, then maybe you might be able to squeak by. But if it was just going in to just purposely harm people, then you're shit out of luck.
Mm-hmm. So one way to look at it.
I personally think it's depending on the severity of what you've done, as in like rape, pedophilia, murder, and all that kind of stuff. I think either you're stuck roaming the earth forever for eternity, not be able to either be reincarnated or go to heaven, or you go to hell. You know, and I don't know which is the worst punishment, to tell you the truth.
See, all right. I'm gonna say with that, with something like that, I believe you will personally end up in either purgatory or some form of hell, where, like, let's say you did some foul stuff to somebody, then that act would be repeated on you, if you know what I'm saying.
That makes sense to do too.
Well,
like hell, if I'm not mistaken, they say hell is repetition, right?
It depends on what you look at.
What if you don't believe in hell?
Yeah.
Ooh, can I throw a curveball in that one?
Come on.
Okay, so why should they be privileged enough? Let's say a pedophile. Why should they be privileged enough to continue to walk this earth only to get their hell thereafter, when their victim has to have hell every day for the rest of their life while on earth?
Wait, say that again?
No, I totally understand what you're saying.
I didn't quite understand. Sorry, I don't know. My thing cut out there for a second.
Why would, let's say, a pedophile, for example, a rapist, a murderer, for murdering sake, not for defense sake, why would they be allowed to continue living on earth and only be punished in the hereafter, and yet their victim has to walk the rest of their life on this earth, in hell on earth, for the rest of their life because they were the victim? I don't think that's fair.
Oh wait. Oh, okay. So we're talking like prison and all that kind of stuff.
Prison's look, I'm sorry. Getting a place to lay your head, I don't care how scared you are laying there and getting free meals a day. That's a piece of cake compared to the torment of the people in their heads that things have happened to them.
Well,
I
the
personally
number one.
Oh, go ahead and go.
What the hell happened?
The number one thing with that is that you got to realize is that, you know what, life is not fair. It's gonna throw you some fucking curveballs. That's number one.
I personally think that rapists and pedophiles need to be shot on sight.
Well, obviously,
they shouldn't deserve to live, especially pedophiles.
That's a general evil that a lot of human beings can associate with not wanting to have around.
They shouldn't get prison time. They should, death row.
But you know what? The way I was going back with this is what she said is that, you know what, life's not fair. All right.
Yeah.
It's not. Let's be real. It's really not. It throws people curveballs, and especially a lot of times innocent people that they do not deserve.
You
They get them.
Process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's something to take up with either yourself or whatever higher power that you fucking believe in.
I think we lost somebody.
Yeah, Bass.
Yeah, he'll probably be back. His connection probably screwed up. But back to the what was Vault saying with me? Back to my thing. The question again, Vault, was in the afterlife, where do you think good and evil people go? Was that the gist of it?
Well, see, I don't look at it as good and evil. I look.
But if you did bad shit and.
Well, it depends on and bad to me is a representation of. Now, I don't mean by raping and hurting little kids.
Yeah.
And stuff
I get
like
what you're
that.
saying. If you've hurt people,
that's not. All that other's not considered bad to me. That's considered like.
If you've had to hurt people in terms of getting some sort of personal gain, or not even personal gain, but as like a retribution act. But where do you think that those types of things go, or something like that? Was that the question there?
Basically, personal. No, continue.
Sorry, go on. No, go on, buddy. Go on.
Well, if you think about personal gain as also self-defense, technically, if you're
technically, personal gain. He's trying to kill me. I'd rather personally gain my fucking life.
Life, yeah. I'd rather kill you instead of me being killed. So
yeah,
you gotta
living type of thing.
All right, look at it this way. This is a good way to get it out there. You got someone fixing to be executed, and they're going to be executed by firing squad. The way they do that is you got 5 guys standing up there,
and he's lined up against the wall.
Yeah, and only one guy's got only one rifle's loaded with a blank. Everybody else has got live rounds. Nobody knows who's got the live rounds. Nobody knows who's got the blanks. Everybody points and shoots. Now, they just committed basically murder. Even though that guy might have deserved to die, but they just committed murder. What happens to those 5 guys? Because even the guy that shot the blank, he was intending on killing that person he was pointing that rifle at.
Yeah. Well, you want my 2 cents on that?
Yeah, go ahead. That's what I was asking.
Well, if you look at nature as a whole, animals in general, if you look at what people do, kind of do a lot of evil seething shit. Like as we talked about last time, wolves will go out of their way to kill coyotes, vice versa, just because of competition. Now, of course, there are very, very broad examples that differentiate from this, but I, for the most part, consider us an animal. We're no different from everything, the great cycle of life, which is what I talk about with the Aboriginal thing. What I really think, I don't know, because with a spirit, I think a spirit only sticks around when it's had like a deep trauma, or it's really attached to a certain place, or it's had something happen to it that makes it like want to stick there, and that's its own little
Give us a kind of a phone
percolator
call.
type of thing.
What the
Okay.
hell was that?
It was calling his mother in the voice of Stewie. But
I
as
literally
for
had to look around me, wondering if some spirit had to come up in this room. I'm not playing. I'm not joking, y'all. I was literally looking around.
but as for what
Yeah, I'll be
I
back.
was same thing.
but as for what happens to those people in terms of what happens in the afterlife, you know, truthfully, I don't really think too much. I think we all go to the same kind of fucking plane, and if you're haunted by the thoughts or whatever the hell you had, you might suffer eternally. But if what you thought was right, etc., I don't know, maybe you go on to do, your regular thing. That's just my own personal thing. But I'm not too sure. I just abide by the laws of nature.
That's a good one. Well, get back here on subject a little bit, everybody. Like I said, we were talking about the big thicket area earlier and the stuff that was going on out there.
Yes, sir.
I see. Like I said, go ahead.
Boss, people want the link again.
All right.
Oh, and I think it was Fish wanted me to ask you a question. Hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I was reading Bible verses. I was pretty interested in it. It was very enlightening. Hold on. What?
It's one of those talks
It
you
was
get-
something about dog man and a cigar. I don't know. Hold on. I'm trying to look. Post it again, Fish.
But that big thicket area, people don't realize how much activity has come out of there. Y'all don't realize how much stuff has went on there that no one ever hears about. Like a story I know of that some people crossed the Rio Grande right there, bringing over drugs, and they run into something that they pissed off, and it fucked
them right up, eh?
Yes, sir. By the time people got there, there was pieces left.
Mangled.
Yep. No one ever hears about stuff like that.
There's a place I want to actually ask you about. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, boss man, I found it. It said, LAKAYA asked Vault if he's ever heard of dog men being attracted to cigar smoke
No, I haven't heard that one.
Oh, you better fucking.
or cigarette smoke. Either or.
Well, I don't think they'd be attracted to it. I think they notice it. It's
Yeah,
just
they may let them
very
know. Hey, there's
unfamiliar scent.
Yeah,
and they're
they may use it to know, hey, there's a human in the area over there because. But I haven't heard that.
Smoking cigarettes or cigars out in the woods, as far as I
Okay,
know. That's not
what
common.
about doggy creatures ever running with coyotes?
I've heard of that. I've heard that. And see, that's the thing. I don't know if those are young ones that haven't got their balance and they just have to stay on all fours, or what the hell it is. But I've heard of a dog man running with coyotes, and all of a sudden I've heard, and getting
Turning
along.
around and killing them.
Yeah, that's the
I've
other
heard about
thing.
that too. Yeah.
And then I've heard about them turning around and just wiping one out.
Killing them. Yep.
Yep.
Killing
What a miss.
There's all kind of stories, and like I said, and there's so much. There's a lot of truth out there, but there's a lot of fiction wound in with the truth, and it's hard sometimes to go through and say, okay, well, this sounds feasible. Is it true or not? Because, like I said, there's so much disproof in there. There's so much stuff
with that though, I could see it.
Yeah.
Because as far as we know that wolves and coyotes obviously do not get along, but they sometimes integrate and even have pups together. So,
well, that's just like any of you? Oh, go ahead. Have any of y'all heard of like any Bigfoots hanging around with wolves? Because I've got some stories of that.
I was about to even say I have not ever heard of that, but again, symbiotic relationships in nature are not uncommon, right? There's a lot of animals that learn to rely on each other for mutual benefit. And I think even the dogmen, because there's a lot of instances where they've been running with packs, why wouldn't it be beneficial for coyotes to get with them? You know what I mean? Or even vice versa, wolves to get with them and hang out with them. And even integrate together. I'm not saying they're like breeding with each other and anything like that. I don't even know if they fucking could, personally.
Me either, but like I said, I've gotten stories where, especially up in the northern country, that you know, this person say, you know, the first thing they heard or seen were wolves. It was a pack of wolves, and then the next thing you know, there's a Bigfoot running behind the wolves, and he was expecting them to see the wolf reach. I mean, the Bigfoot reached down and attacked the wolves, and when they stopped, the wolves just kind of like gathered around and was looking at the Bigfoot like, "What do we do now?" And they just the Bigfoot takes off, and the wolf go find him. They don't know if that you know, they were one was chasing one, and then one decided to chase the other one. They don't know, but it was just odd. You know, they
could have been play. It could have been a symbiotic relationship. You know,
that's what I'm saying. You don't know what to think in that, because, like I said, it wasn't enough interaction for that person to see. But it was just odd. They seen the wolves, then the Bigfoot, and then they stopped, and then the wolves kind of like gathered around like a pack of dogs would do, like you when you walk in. Like, what do we do? You know, you're the center of attention. Then the Bigfoot takes off, and then the wolves are right behind him.
Again, you know, that gets to me, like, you know, like that. Even if you even think about how early domesticated dogs came to be, they came from wolves, right?
Yep.
Who's to say not a similar relationship happened between humans and dogs, etc.? You know, it's.
Yeah. But like I said, my thing is all these damn Bigfoot stories you hear about. Oh well, Bigfoot, he brought me flowers, and I go out, and this one lady, LAKAYA will remember this. She swears up and down that she was raised by a family of Bigfoots, and she could talk to them, and they had names, and they came to her back door to ask her for clover and garlic and stuff like that. They rubbed it in, I don't know about no, I don't remember saying sugar, but they would rub it on their hair to keep the fleas and stuff away from them.
Well, the thing I gotta shoot on that is if you even
It's
look
like-
at because I know Darkblood does his research, right?
So what now?
As far as I know, I take his word for face value.
Oh yeah.
He went on went on about that Bigfoot that saved that guy from the forest fire there, right?
I've heard of similar stuff like that. I've got stories like
Exactly like that. Again, normally I think it's kind of like animals in general. Like, you know, you get a few that normally scatter, you get a few that are normally over aggressive, and then you get a couple of few that are, you know, usually pretty general. And if you go by what the Aboriginals think, they consider them a type of people. They've never really considered them an animal. If you go by what they say, you know, it's far-fetched, but sometimes not. If you get what I mean, it's hard to put it into words for me right now.
Oh, I got what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying. I get that they're a predator. I will never deny that. I get that most of them are probably just wanting to be left alone, not want to deal with anyone, don't want to bother with it. Leave me the hell alone. But you know, you're gonna get these, especially ones, who knows, even have integrated with people. You never know.
Hey, I tell you another
lives.
weird one I got. I was going to try to do this in a story when I first started, but I was like, nah. But I'll tell y'all the account that I got. There was this old woman up, I think she was living outside of somewhere up in Missouri, up in the mountains. I cannot remember the little name of the town right this minute that she lived close to. But there's a major river. I think it was the Buffalo River that comes through there. But anyway, for years she had I said she was an older lady. She would when she'd cook her her bacon and stuff like that, she would walk out behind the house and pour it over top of like this old stump and stuff like that. Well, for years she did that, and she kept making claims that at night that her hairy friends would come and they would lick the stump and bump the house and leave her rocks and stuff on her front porch and stuff. Well, she got on up in age, and she got to where she couldn't do that, and she didn't have the kind of family that would, you know, come around and help her, stuff like that. Well, one
As soon
night,
as that happened, went bad.
oh yeah, well, one night this guy was going down the road close to her house, and all of a sudden the report he reported was a big, hairy, 8-foot tall thing run across the road, and it looked like it had a woman under his arm. Old hair. A woman with old white hair.
Oh
Well,
shit!
the only person that lived in that area was that woman. So the locals somebody decided to go up there and check on her. Where they go up there, her back door
She's
is,
missing.
yeah, the back door is busted off the house, and the lady is nowhere to be found. The kitchen and
God.
everything's ransacked. I think they come in and took that old woman because they got pissed off because she wasn't giving them bacon grease no more, and turned her ass into bacon.
Grandma got kidnapped by
It's very
Bigfoot.
possible.
Well, I
God.
said,
It's very possible.
like I said, I've
Well,
heard a
that's usually
couple
how
other.
these stories
I've
end,
heard,
right?
I've heard a couple other people tell similar stuff to that. I don't know if it's the same story or not. I heard that story freaking years and years and years ago. But I'm talking about just how would you like to be driving down the road and see this big hairy thing walk across the road, and then it's got this, looks like a woman with long gray hair under his arms, toting it off like it's a sack of potatoes.
Well, depending on my mood, I'd be like, all right, this is an extraordinary day.
Well, like I said, you know, like I said, that's why I tell people feeding these things is not a good idea, because
No, like don't get me wrong. Hey, I'm not defending ever. I would
Yeah.
never defend ever the fact that they're not dangerous. They are
But
dangerous.
that's
They're a
like
wild animal.
DW put me in contact before I started my show with a guy that was having problems with. They just moved into this house, and it was out in the middle of nowhere, and the guy was a truck driver, and his wife kept calling, complaining, hey, there's somebody's messing around this house, because at night we can hear stuff hitting the house, and we go out there in the mornings and they'll find like smooth river rocks, and there's not a river nowhere close to the house, smooth river rocks in the yard, and deer legs and stuff like that. And she swore up down that she thought someone had been peeking in the house. Well, come to find out, after I talked to this guy and did a little investigation, the people just all of a sudden moved out of this house, and you know, nobody would stay in this house for very long.
Yep.
Well, the people that originally owned the house had died, and there was a pit out back where this was far enough out in the bush that they had a compost pile for their stuff that could compost. They had a burn bale for paper, and then they had a thing set up where they put their cans. Well, in that compost pile, where the area where it was, they said they were throwing old food and stuff like that. Well, if any animals around, that's going to be a natural place for them to go get this stuff. Well, that was right there close to the house, and like I said, that would be right where they were throwing they'd find all those river rocks, was the old compost bin. That I think
Accidental habituation.
Yeah, that's an habituation. Well, they had turned that into like put a lid on top of it and turned it into where they'd carry their garbage out and sit it until they could carry it off into town. And like I said, they kept finding those river rocks and the deer legs, and then it got to the point where they would come up and not just slap the house; they would hit and punch the house and break. They were hitting it hard enough they were breaking the wall studs, the outer wall studs in the house.
What I was pretty much getting at with that, you know, obviously I'll never ever deny that. I know that it's always a bad thing, but I'm just saying, there's usually always an exception to the rule.
I can tell you another one about a hunter that started her habituation.
No, I know. Hey, habituation is bad. It's bad. It's not a good thing.
Well, I'm just saying what I'm doing is giving for instances on how easy it is, and people don't realize it because they don't know what's going on in the area. There was a hunter one time that called me and said, dude, you've got to come out here and help me catch. He thought it was poachers messing with because he had just bought this land, and it used to be involved in a hunting club. And he bought the land so he could personally hunt. So, you know, he got rid of the hunting lease. All right. Well, he put out these nice game feeders, 55-gallon drum game feeders in different areas. Well, they kept getting tore up. The lids would be took out of them, be tumped over, but all the corn was always gone that he was putting in them. Well, he didn't realize there was a freaking bunch of Sasquatches living on that property. And what he was doing was they got a free food source. Every time he'd go out there and fill up 55-gallon. Well, and like I said, they had tops. These are drums that you screw the tops on. And then he had went as far as putting screws in the side of them because he thought raccoons. I said, dude, you realize how big a damn raccoon would have to be to get up there and take a lid off a 55-gallon drum? But I'm talking, they got to the, when he just, I told him, I said, look, to figure out what's going on, I think I know what's going on. Don't go out there for a week. Don't put nothing out there because they were going through 55 gallons of corn every 4 days.
Yeah,
that's a lot of corn.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's not.
Well,
good.
he didn't go out. He didn't go out there for a week. When he pulled back up to the property, all those corn feeders. It was a gate that he had to go through, and it was a little bridge. All those corn feeders were piled up, been smashed and everything on top of that damn little bridge right in front of the damn gate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I know exactly what you're getting at.
I said, you can habituate a damn Bigfoot thing quick, and that's like out at Property X. I try to take it as slow and as steady as I can because like I said, I don't want to habituate nothing. I don't want to get them used to me being there and get aggravated with me, and I don't want them to move.
No, you want to keep it as natural as possible.
Try to. All I want to do is observe, and like I said, what I'm doing, like I said, I'm trying to be least impactful as possible.
Hey, boss man.
Yes, ma'am.
About time to wrap it up.
Yeah, it's getting close.
Already.
Yeah, I think the women folk are getting tired, and I got a big day of planned for me tomorrow, so it's getting late here. I've had fun, guys. And
yeah, likewise.
I think DW is going to have a show tomorrow night live stream, so everybody be talking about it and be looking for it. And like I said, my next live stream is going to be New Year's night, New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, we're going to bring in 2017, talking about all kind of crazy shit.
Well, I probably won't be here, but
hey,
if plans change,
I might try and be here.
For sure.
I'm gonna try and be here for that because this is fun.
Well, I'm talking about got nothing else better to do besides aggravate everybody with my crazy thoughts. And
hey, boss.
Yes.
Can I shoot fireworks out behind the vault?
Do it.
Are you crazy?
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Okay. Your little fireworks, if they hit the wrong thing, going to be big fireworks.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I mean, it would
17 with a bang.
Literally.
It would make a good story, It would be one of those. See, what had happened was,
There you go.
I tell you what, if you shoot my hand cannon, you can shoot fireworks.
No, you can shoot that.
No, you got to shoot it. I got a 50 caliber Desert Eagle. If you shoot that one time,
nice.
You can shoot fireworks any kind you want.
Oh well.
My
well,
uncle had a 44 caliber, a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle. I wasn't able to shoot it because I was too young when he had it. I wish I could have because that was a nice gun. I saw it and all that, but I've always wanted to shoot one.
A 50 Desert Eagle is a handful.
Yeah.
Hey, boss.
Yes.
Can I bring my sleeping bag? I can't drive home Saturday night. It's not happening.
I don't care.
Okay.
As long as you
all right,
my
ladies
hair.
and gentlemen. I'm flying.
Y'all
it's
have
been a
fun?
great time. Always fun talking to you, brother.
Oh, yeah, you too. And as always, y'all make sure that door's locked on your way out.
Oh, of course.